Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another LTS tournament. This time around, we're back in the TBT side of things, where TBT has decided to host a 2v2 LTS tournament right before the end of the year on this lovely Saturday afternoon of December 14th. Today, we've got a grand total of 6 teams. We've got the usual suspects, of course, being, I believe, Person and Camp being their team specifically on as the joke of 25% CPU. I'll explain that bit to you later. We have Benny making a return, representing, of course, his one and only squad, the members only. He's on the other side of the bracket. He's going to play a match off stream. On the top end, we have 2 teams that are waiting. Chimera, one of the teams I'm not too familiar with. We've got some, I believe, new faces for this tournament. And on the other side, in front of us, where we're going to go to next, we have Invictus. Team needs no introduction. LSD, of course, coming fresh off a win from the last tournament. Absolutely clutch. Final game, final seconds, final life bars. Camp now has decided to team up with Person. The 3v3, we saw things come down to an absolute nail-biter finish, but instead now we're shaking it up with the 2v2 format. And ladies and gentlemen, we're back. We're here. It's Titanfall 2 time. So, of course, we've seen 2v2 format throughout the years, and I'm sure many of the people in the chat have played it. It's a format that has evolved a lot throughout the lifespan of the game. We went from very Wild West style meta, where people will just essentially pick and figure out what's good. Then eventually the game started to slow down. And, of course, what? My title should have updated. That's so weird. Alright. That's so weird. My title should have updated. That's so weird. Yeah. Well, I can fix that. Probably just something with Streamlabs. Do. Well, convenient enough, we're waiting for the opponents of Person and Camp. Of course, Person and Camp need no introduction. Person and Camp, of course, veterans to the scene. Formerly Xbox players, now, of course, on the PC side of things. So they've been enjoying pretty much just the last, probably, how long has it been? Last year and a half of competitive? Ever since the lights came back on, thankfully, we've still been running events, what feels like almost non-stop. I know it's somewhere. There it is. I found it. Don't worry, guys. I'm editing the titles. Give me a second. It's weird it didn't update. That's so weird. Let me know that's fixed. So I believe that should be it. Alright, cool. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, right now we are waiting for the opponents to come up, and there they are. One of them is here, Mr. Pilot Immortal. And I believe his teammate should be here relatively shortly. I guess I've stated before, we have a bunch of new faces to the scene that I haven't seen before. And we're essentially going to see what they get to do against, of course, the veterans of the scene. Clarko and Immortal going up against Camp in Person. I believe Bernadette is a sub, so he's just kind of here in the background. The joke here with the team name 25% CPU is, for those of you who don't know, Camp's PC kind of has some issues running this game. And apparently it takes up 25% of his CPU space, which is absolutely wild that he is choosing to play in scrims and in tournaments. But we're going to see if he can overcome his hardware issues. If not, maybe Bernadette has to step in. And we'll see what he can do. However, on the opposite end, the D4G. Not 100% sure what the network stands for, but they are 3 members strong. We have DJ, Clarko, and Immortal. Both teams are trying to figure out picks and bans. Once again, we are back in the TBT side of things. Leviathan likes to do random maps, and of course they've adjusted their map pool. And we saw all the spicy amount of maps come out to play. This time around, we're in a bit more order, so there will be no 2v2 on Homestead. There will be no 2v2 on Relic. There will be no 2v2 on Blackwater either. Instead, the TBT rule set utilizes the 10 maps that you see right in front of you. And we'll see what they decide to pick for themselves. The other thing that's different between Leviathan League and the TBT rule set is that Leviathan League allows boost. Now, of course, for anybody who's played Titanfall 2 for any amount of time, or for those of you in the audience that are joining us that don't know, essentially, damaging Titans, giving a Titan a battery, gives you a meter fill-up. And this meter fill-up allows you to access stuff like get another battery, or amped weapons, among a variety of other things, but thankfully here, since we are in TBT, boosts are completely disabled, which essentially limits the amount of work that a pilot can put in, which even normally pilots are allowed to put in a ton of work. So even if your opponent is stuck in a 1v2, it is still very possible to win if the pilot work is leveraged in the correct amount of ways. Speaking of the format, 2v2. Very interesting format. As I was stating earlier, that we've come from a type of game where initially it used to be the Wild West. People would just pick whatever they wanted. To a style of a bit more of a slow-paced chess-like game. To now we're kind of back to seeing more of a mix. We've seen teams that want to just outright brawl and just take the fight immediately. We've seen teams like members only who want to play the time clock, eventually build up to an advantage, and either continuously play that advantage or capitalize and immediately end the game. But regardless, the thing with 2v2 is that the thing with LTS as a whole is that, 2v2 LTS as a whole, I should say, is that the amount of mistakes you make matter a lot more the less Titans there are in play. So we're going to see a lot of key elements of micro decisions just add up more and more as essentially the games go on. And that will accumulate towards specific round wins or specific round losses. 2v2 has a lot more control. So there's, of course, a lot of very powerful duos. Ronan, of course, being the face of the competitive LTS meta. But we've also seen some teams that have elected to not take Ronan and run specific off-meta comps as well. But for the most part, the main duos we should be seeing today, of course, the classic Ronan Legion, which to me is the best fighting team in the game. Outright damage, wants to brawl, any power shot connects on the scramble. That team tends to just outright win. The opposite end of that will be Ronan Northstar. Northstar, of course, takes a lot of very high-end skill in order to make work, and any mistake is huge for that specific comp. But what they are blessed with is that they essentially control the pace and control the entire neutral of the game until the Striders are eventually caught, if you can catch them. But here we are. It seems the first map has locked in. I'm going to let the teams know they can start. Yep. And we are going to Dry Dock. Now, Dry Dock is a map that has a variety of different round openers. We saw it, I believe, the last time that members only played, where they essentially decided to round start open the variety of ways that I believe either Team Beta or Dinorush himself may have come up with. Stuff like the double pull at the round start, stuff like one Titan contest mid, one pulls hallway. There is a variety of different ways to play this map other than just go to the death hallway that is mid, because once you are in mid, you're completely locked into mid. But we're going to see what the teams elect to take for themselves as we're finally getting underway. We have our first game of the 2v2 LTS tournament brought to you by TBT. We have Camp in Person versus, I believe the network is called the Daggers. We're going straight to Dry Dock. What I expect to see, if it is Camp in Person immediately up to bat, I expect to see the Ronan followed up with Person's Legion. Person's Legion, of course, phenomenal at being support and being the front line, whereas Camp is more than likely going to have to play a bit more of his evasive style that he likes to do. And sure enough, that is the case. Camp is going to opt to go right. He has the double arc wave, so he's going to opt to look to pull that battery, maybe meet Person in mid. Person already here in mid. Going to go in a long range mode. We're going to see what Camp sees. Camp finds Immortal. Immortal playing the Ion. He's going to back out slowly but surely. Has to be careful of this long range damage. And it's going to be Ion Northstar. As stated before, we might not see Ronan on every single team comp. This Northstar's a little close. Camp unfortunately missed the arc wave. Comes back to harass Immortal. But they've been pushed out of mid. Camp can potentially look for this battery pull if Person wants to anchor for him. Person is the call, and Camp will get himself a nice battery. Meanwhile, the pilots got forced out, and they're claiming a battery of their own. They're probably claiming that left battery. Left battery has been taken, which means that Camp should look to take right if he wants it. But instead, they're going to opt to try and push down the hill. No, instead, Camp understands what's going on. He might try to rotate back. Person's taking this long way, which is a little strange. Person himself is pulling the battery. I think this is a very strange decision. If the team on the opposite end decides to capitalize on him being on the bottom, no. Instead, they're just going to hold the hallway. They'll concede. Person, I think, may have took a little bit of damage for that. But overall, what a nice long-range power shot. The Northstar is in peril already. Huge life advantage for Team GPU, as right now you can see just the amount of space this Ronan kind of just controls. The Ion constantly being forced back and not being able to just outright fight the team that they want to. They will have to reoccur this health advantage right now, otherwise they are going to lose the round in approximately 1 minute and 20 seconds. Another battery in mid is going to get pulled. No cluster missile coming from the window there, meaning that Person will get the smart curve, which is not the end of the world. But meanwhile, Camp is between two. Camp is holding this Northstar in place, and Person is more than happy to let his bullets fly. Double core comes out. Both Titans drop. And that's going to be the first round win for Team GPU. Very textbooks play coming out from Team GPU. You could see the lack of map control coming out from Daggers. Daggers played more of a kiting game, but eventually getting health advantage over time when there's so many batteries to claim on the map will cause them to lose the round. This time around, they're going to opt to select the North Star, interesting enough, with threat optics against a Scorch. Not a good day to be playing Scorch into a North Star. Dash power shot is going to hit the mark. Clarko already losing a bar of health. And now he's going to go up against Person's Legion. Huge advantage for him. Clarko now fighting Camp. Camp sees the Scorch, but Clarko decided to get out for battery in front of Camp, and because of that, he's going to get me at Pearson, and Person's going to put him down. It's just a Scorch all on his own. What can he do against the Legion plus a North Star combo? Not a whole lot. Camp decides to take the hover aggressively, because at this point, Scorch is kind of running out of options, and you can just see just how little Scorch gets to do to defend himself. Understands it's over. And that's going to be the end of this round for sure. 2-0 victory for Team GPU. Now, it's not over yet. Clarko and company, they still have one more round for themselves, assuming they win this round. But they could still potentially look to make it the 3-round comeback. It's going to be very difficult, as they don't seem to have a Ronin player, so I think both teams have just opted to just not play the Ronin. They've opted to just select off meta picks, and here we are. Cap now going to take the Ion, and of course followed up by the Legion, that is Person. Person still, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Cap is peeking this corner, he's waiting, he's that the Legion behind him has gotten out for the battery. Still haven't seen anything yet, and we have heard a tone particle wall coming out on the hallway side. That means the hallway bat has been pulled. And of course, because the hallway bat is pulled, Person and company understand that they can just pull this battery relatively for free. Camp, there's a chance he might get jumped here. No, there's nobody around the corner. Camp does make it back into the Titan, so now it's 2 batteries to 1 overall, not in a good trade. But this Ion plus Legion comp is going to struggle very hard against this tone, as the 40 mil plus particle wall combo will be able to just mitigate all the damage they can throw at it. As still haven't seen anybody. Clarko has been spotted. Clarko will hit a laser shot. That means health advantage is guaranteed for Camp in Person, as they have recognized the team might be going mid. Sonar's been dropped. No dice on where anyone is. Person patiently waiting. So Girl can't see anybody from the mid POV. We'll ride with Camp and see what Camp sees around this corner. Camp sees 2. Clarko plus the other one. Person's getting off for battery, and that's part of the reason why the Vortex Shield's already up. Understands exactly when the battery's coming up, so he will pull instantly. Camp mitigating a fantastic amount of damage. Matter of fact, hasn't even lost an Navy Shield. Unfortunately, Immortal's going to miss that. Nice catch by Camp. Huge reflect as well. The Tone with no particle wall has nowhere to go. Decides to particle wall the Ion, and because it's a particle wall the Legion has free reign. Immediately taken out of the game is the Tone, and the Pilot goes with him as well. Person activated the Smart Core for that one. Person now on the hunt for this Ion. Ion trying to do damage, trying to get away, as Person continues to just run it down. Put up the gun shield. Moral trying to make as most as he can, but the Laser Core is more than likely going to come out soon. And here comes the Laser Core. Power shot, and that is the end of Dry Dock. 3-0 victory for Team GPU. Now, it's still 2 out of 3. Hopefully Clarko and company do know that they have another game still. So we're going to see where we opt to go next. It's going to be Clarko and company's map pick now, so they can now pick a map that they're more comfortable on. Drydock, as I've stated before, has a variety of strats and is overall very complicated to play if you don't actively practice it. But now we'll see. Where do we get to go? Actually, that is another key difference between this and the Leviathan League. Leviathan League, of course, I believe most of the games were first to one. First to one game for the round robin, I believe. Which is absolutely wild. But instead, here we are. 2 out of 3. Means teams get ample time to adjust. And of course, the map pick and ban system kind of helps the loser out. So that way, you are allowed to pick where you want to go. Now, of course, the winner gets to ban a map of their choice, which gives them a little bit of control so that they can go somewhere that they don't want to go specifically. But if these guys have a favorite map, now it's time to pick it. And they have opted to go for the colony. This is a fantastic map pick, I think. The only reason why I say that is because this is going to heavily hinder Person's Legion. Person despises colony. And if you ever wonder why, there is a very famous game where Person did not get to do anything against the J-Kit Dino Rush double Strider duo. And it's just essentially a nice solid 15 minutes of Person just getting shot by people that he cannot keep up with. And that game, at this point, years and years ago, to this day, still is burned in his memory. One of the advents of Double Strider. But actually, whoa. And now it seems that we actually changed the map. Perhaps Person may have actually banned the colony, as I was speaking about that story. Of course, not going to let the colony happen ever again to him. Probably actually, with the map pick and ban system, I imagine he'd ban colony almost every single time. But here we are, rotating through the map picks, trying to figure out exactly where we're going to lock in for this game 2. For those of you who are just tuning in, the score right now is 1-0 for Team GPU, which is Person plus Camp, aka Test 97.3. Immortal and company need to find a win here in order to continue the set. And if they don't, Person and Camp will advance, and it will be 2-0, in which they get to go fight Invictus, which we will be tuning into right after this so that we don't have any downtime. The map is now Glitch. Glitch is, of course, a completely symmetrical map. 3 batteries line the map. Another map with a very interesting amount of openings, and as a matter of fact, the map can sometimes be decided by pilot duels, just outright, depending on where the pilots decide to pull the batteries. Here we go, Clarko, locking in the North Star, sprinting up to mid, we're gonna ride with him and see what he sees. Charging the shot, he's seen a Legion, does not get the shot. Gun shield is good by Person. Clarko has to be very careful, tries to go for the dash, doesn't find it, gets some cluster missile damage on him. We're gonna go towards his teammate, Immortal. Immortal has seen it. Camp on the Monarch. Clarko here. He tries to find some shots. Camp maybe didn't need as much damage as he should have. But this needs to be careful because Person is probably roaming around either behind Camp or alternatively, he's looking to pull a battery of his own. There it is. Person's pulling a battery. No, Camp pulling a battery. Camp pulling a battery for the 2. Doesn't get doomed, surprisingly. Camp has opted to just full-on engage. Clarko has dashed twice, 3 times in front of a Legion. He's stuck. He has lost most of his health, and because of that, Camp might find the Jew. Great return shot, however, is very good. Tries to find the rip on a Camp. Can't find it because of the rock. The rock was to prevent the rip, and the Immortal tries his best to reach. Doesn't know that he can't rip camp there. The hell elevation will not let him. So that Clarko's now going to pull the battery. He's going to get back in. Actually has the grapple, interestingly enough. What's that, Clarko? He has the flight core. He should be able to get camp. He'll try, but he's not going to have enough time. Person will put him out of the sky. One zero for Team GPU. Right now, Daggers are trying their best to find their footing. Interestingly enough, Daggers has not selected to opt for a Ronin, so both teams are just not running the Ronin. So, here we are going to continue. We're going to see what they opt to select. We saw them select the Scorch last time, but it's going to be the North Star and the Ion again. Over defensive team, Person using the gun shield. They threw a lot of offensive cooldowns towards Person. Both the power shots have come out. The camp on the tone now, finding it's the Ion, but the Ion is very low on energy. Has to back out this hallway. Ooh, great tracking rocket timing by Camp. That's going to get a huge amount of damage on him. And a lot of pressure as well. Camp might try to find this curve around this corner. Does catch most of the damage coming towards it, but he's still, like, relatively low health. Because of that, the North Star also has to flee. The early damage piling on from these two players. Locks onto North Star. However, the Ion is likely going to get doomed here. Ion does get doomed through the Vortex, unfortunately. Is locked on. Tries to find the laser shot. Can't find it. Tracking rockets do miss the mark. Tracking rockets are online once again, however. 40 mil damage adding up slowly but surely. Trying to see if he can find it. Has to take the eject. Immortal smartly takes the eject. Grapples towards the floor to keep living. Grapples towards the wall to try to keep himself on the move. Understands that he should get the battery for his pilot. For his teammate on the North Star. But the tracking rockets might actually goose him. Oh, that hover's very sketchy. If Camp throws the rockets, thankfully, the battery is claimed. But right behind you is a Legion. Where did he come from? Where did you go? Where's your health bar? Oh, no, Clarko. Clarko somehow is still alive. He is running for dear life. He's going to come face to face with Person in mid. No, he's not. Instead, he will make it around here. He might go for this battery, but he's locked on. His Titan is all but dead. The rockets come through. And that is going to be the end of the North Star.
Pilot, it is good to have you back.
Now, it is 0-2, and it doesn't look good, but they still have a chance. Until that round count says 3, you are still in it. Clarko and company need to dig deep if they want to take a round off of these two teams. Clarko with the North Star has a shot charge. We're going to see what he can find. Misses. Camp on the Scorch around the corner. Clarko gets that shot, however, but he's pulling the battery. He's stuck on the auto. Oh, unfortunate. The Scorch actually getting value in the tournament. You either hate or love to see it. Immortal thankfully didn't take too much damage, but his North Star is already down half. Double Ogre probably coming out from these two. No, it's Person on the Ronin, interestingly enough. Person rarely playing the Ronin. The Arcwave lands. Immortal trying his best to contest his hallway, but he himself is on fire. He has to run away. Clarko be chased by the Person Ronin plus the Scorch combo. Scorch looking relatively low, actually. They could potentially look for the kill onto Camp if they want to. Camp might be advancing off this hallway. Person right here in front of 2. Great shot coming out. Person and Camp are kind of dying. Right now, Sword Core activated. Person going to see what he can get down on the other end. The Scorch is behind him. The rip is good onto Camp. Person with a Sword Core not going to find it. Gets double cord on his own, and just like that, Clarko and Immortal will find one on the board. They try to do some meme strats, and even with the early punish, you still have to play well enough. Team Daggers keep themselves in the game. Clarko still on North Star. Immortal still on the Ion. They got themselves one round. Now the question is, can they find two more? Camp, oof, dash power shot early. So much health. He tried to find the return shot too early on the gun shield. Person decides to bum rush the battery. Person swinging his sword, getting half onto the Ion. Blocks both sources of damage. Very good stuff from Person. Now the Legion is in tow, and the Legion has found the North Star. The North Star already doomed. The North Star already dead. Immortal looking very immortal right about now as he turns his tail the opposite direction. He is running for dear life, but he's going to come face-to-face with a Rotonet. More than likely has Sword Corp with unfortunately can't find the laser shot, couldn't find the Doom because of that, trying to punch for his life. Person trying his best to pin this Ion down with the help of the Legion. That will be the end of our first match. 2-0 for Team GPU. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of our first game, and we're going to go immediately to our next lobby. We'll be following Team GPU as we're going to go straight to the Invictus match. That's the next side of winners. And then after that, we will go to our winners finals. Alright, right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're immediately going to go straight to our next winner's side match. Currently waiting for an invitation from the players, and we should immediately be there. There is the invitation from Mr. Nova himself, as we're going to go straight and watch Invictus versus Team GPU. Invictus! Last time they saw the victory in the 3v3 side of things with S-Gamer. Instead, they have decided to rotate out S-Gamer, and this time they have Oval Basher 360. 360, for those of you that have been in the scene for a long time, know that he is a phenomenal player. He just usually doesn't really enter too many tournaments, and hasn't been but has been entering a bit more recently, making his competitive return back from his old Xbox days when he used to play on a team called THNM. Nowadays, he seems to be in a bit more of a free agent. Initially playing with Bernadette for a while, has now swapped sides and has gone to Invictus. But now Invictus, of course, still consisting of two of the core members, with LSD, one of the finest players to come out of recent history, has tons of tournament wins under his name, as well as a phenomenal clutch at the very end of the last tournament. Never forgetting that grand finals. Probably the set of the year if you haven't seen it. And, of course, following up LSD was to be Stasis Evolved, aka Not Noah V2, an Xbox player, known for playing a lot more aggressive. And because of the amount of time that he's had to continuously play it as of late, he's ironed out his gameplay a bit more. And now he's just a full frontal force to be reckoned with. So we're in for a phenomenal match. I'm very interested to see who comes up to bat. Because Bernadette hasn't played yet. Bernadette could likely fill any role on this team if he wants to. He could take camp on the Ronin. Or he could swap out with Person and could be Bernadette plus camp. And on the other end, of course, three phenomenal players in their own right. But this is a 2v2 format. So I'm very interested to see what happens. LSD known for playing a variety of picks. Oval known for playing a variety of picks. Stasis known for playing a variety of picks. And so was pretty much everybody on the opposite end of the team. These players, of course, masters of their craft, And so we're in for some top tier Titanfall 2 action. Teams are picking and banning maps as we speak. These two teams, of course, are veterans of the TBT, so they're already very familiar with the system. Right now, here we are. Ooh, is that a crash site lock-in? Do my eyes deceive me? Are we going to crash site for a game 1? Oh my god, this is a wild pick. Crash site. This is very interesting because there is one of two ways this can play out. Crash site, known for being an absolute brawl of a map, definitely heavily sided favored. One team has to advance up the hill, the other team already on the hill. So it becomes a hard battle for the hill. But alternatively, LSD, while playing him against him a few years ago, back when the PS4 team hopped over to Xbox, they've shown that they have a bunch of different strategies for this map, essentially, where they slowly chip at hill from doing peeks from ship or some peeks from some other areas, which I personally think is a little less effective strategy, but it can eventually add up and work. Beta, of course, when they used to play way back when on the Xbox scene, they took the approach of hunker down the bottom battery and eventually force players through complete choke points through that area. But nowadays, the strategies has just been king of the hill, brawl on the hill, fight on the hill. More than likely, we're going to see either Ronin Legion, Ronin Ion could be another potentially hot pick for this area, or even the Scorch. Scorch actually does see some map because the battery control is right in front of him. Ronin Legion going to be the call from Camp plus Person. Camp is going to take up the reins on the Ronin. He's going to peek up immediately towards LSD on the Ronin. LSD playing very aggressively early. Camp already used his phase. Double arc waves are good. Ronin Legion mirror. Lots of melees coming up from LSD. He's going to have himself a nice little lead. Great melee. Great melee again. 3 melees for Camp. Huge damage. Because of that, Person is fighting Stasis in the background. LSD versus Camp. Can't find it. Gets the face rip from LSD. LSD coming up huge. Because of that, now it's just Person versus LSD. He has to be careful though because LSD still has a good amount of health. He's a sword core incoming. Tries to find the power shot. Goes for the punch. Yes, he missed it. He times it correctly. Person will secure the round. Person wins the 1v1 on the back end. And because of that, Person will clutch it out versus LSD. Camp thankfully put him down to low enough health. And the brawl is decided. Team GPU will take the first round.
Welcome back, pilot.
Things were looking a little dicey there for Camp. LSD and Camp opt to take the double arcwave kits, meaning that their phase doesn't come up immediately and doesn't come up as they need it for these brawls. They're essentially trying to reach sword core before each other. The sword core generation wasn't high enough for both of them. LSD does win the 1v1 in the end, but Person thankfully is healthy enough. I don't think LSD actually should have popped his core. I think he could have actually tried to look for a phase rip had he, or excuse me, a phase, probably just a retreat into a phase rip, but instead, that's not what happens. Here we are, LSD plus Camp. Ooh, Scorch coming out! Scorch coming out! Scorch hasn't been spotted. I think Camp might have spotted it, and he's called it out, but he doesn't have the arc waves to support his Legion! That's going to be a lot of damage on the Person. Person's likely going to be the target here. He's going to get damaged by 2. Because of that, Person is to be left to the wolves. Person's definitely going to die here. Person's already... He's still alive! I don't know how he's fought out of that entire area! It's going to be Camp with a sword core versus LSD. LSD coming in with a sword core as well! Oh, Person dies in the back end. That's huge. Now it means LSD gets to play. What do you mean that melee hit? Excuse me? Great block on the Archer. The battery's here. Can't find the rip. He tried to find the rip, but he couldn't time the melee correctly. LSD's going to win that one out. And because of that, the good side advantage for Team GPU is over. They now have to win 3 rounds coming up for this bad side. And oh my god, just what an absolutely phenomenal round 2. Now, one of the key things about Scorch is that, yes, you can make the call out about the Scorch to the Legion, but if you don't have an Arc Wave, if you don't have an Arc Wave to slow down the Scorch essentially gets free reign. I don't know how Person survived as long as he did, but he survived so long in between two members. I thought that fight might have turned the other way just off of that alone, but Camp unfortunately can't find the timing with his melee. If he found the rip there, that would have been a 2-0 lead and would have been huge momentum for them, but regardless, their momentum's been shifted back. Now Camp and company have to fight up this hill. This is going to be a very, very difficult climb. Sees LSD, hasn't seen Nova yet. With the melee, doesn't punish, however. Sees the Scorch, but now it's Camp between two. Has to use the phase early. Throws the second Arc Wave. I think he might have hit it. Now it's just a melee brawl coming out from the two Ronins as Camp is stuck in fire. However, LSD is doomed. Gets the melee. Nice damage. Any amount of damage is good damage right now. Find the Arc Wave. No, he doesn't. LSD still surviving with a pixel. Fire on Camp. Camp is slowly but surely losing his trade. LSD takes the eject on the opposite end. It's Person versus his counterpart. Has to take an eject. Stasis with the flame core up the hill. Has to be careful. Camp thankfully didn't get hit, but he's running out of health. And he's running out of time. Person unfortunately has an archer rocket and a car, so he can attempt to find some damage onto this Scourge. Pilot! No, he wasn't ready! LSD actually takes out Person. Oh, and unfortunately, Stasis is here. Sword Core activated, survives. Very nice move from Camp, but it's not enough. The Thermite Stick actually does him in. And that's going to be a win for Scourge. Very nice shot from Nova, by the way. Held his shot, waits for the Ronin to be out of options, nails him in the face. If Camp can find that Doom, he could potentially look for a draw, but unfortunate. Camp not able to secure the kill on LSD. LSD playing very evasive. Camp tried to find the rip, it looked like, but honestly, he should have just been more than content with just taking damage and taking more damage onto LSD and eventually just getting the kill outright. Again, as I stated before, the 2v2s, it's a lot of micro decisions. Micro decisions will win you the battle outright. As now we're potentially coming up on our final round of this crash site game. Camp immediately going for the melee. Arc Waves LSD. Bottom batteries being pulled, actually. No, Nova just disembarked and got back in. I don't know what exactly happened there. Arc Wave from one. All 4 shots shot by Camp, and most of them have landed. Melee battle. Camp phases. No, he phases LSD! I knew that was going to happen! Person left by himself again. LSD's going to get the battery. Thermite trap plus fire. Person, what can you do? You have a Scorch hunting you down. One dead! That's pretty good! But not enough damage output coming up from you to deal with that Ronin. Ronin rotated in with the Sword Core. Sure, he got one, but he can't find the other. LSD will secure crash site for his team. Invictus with the 1-0 game lead. Alright, now Benefly was nice enough to type in the chat that he is waiting in the winners finals. So members only has advanced all the way to the winners final side of the bracket. They're currently waiting for this match to finish up, in which it is a 2 out of 3. Team Invictus, they sit with a comfortable 1-0 lead. Now these are two very phenomenal teams. Any amount of ground you can get is huge. So now, what is the next map that we're going to opt to take? They tried to brawl it out with the crash site, but it's just these minor issues. These minor deals, as well as I think some team synergy issues coming up from Person plus Camp. Person is just kind of left all by himself to deal with the Scorch, which he can. But if the Scorch eventually gets close enough to him, Person is eventually just going to get his face melted and will completely fall over. So essentially it comes down to which the Ronin 1v1, which Camp has to throw a cooldown towards the Scorch in order to ensure that Person survives, and Person needs to throw a cooldown towards Camp so that he can potentially do damage for Camp's 1v1. But all sorts of different micro-positioning things can happen. Of course, the Scorch projecting fire on different areas of crash site and fighting on that hill in very tight corners. Eventually, you run out of space to run around. Cap and LSD, of course, have been very close in these Ronin 1v1s. They're no stranger to fighting each other. They've been doing it for years. But LSD is going to slightly edge out on that front. So here we are. Here we are. They're looking to see the next map. Ooh. We've got another spicy map pick. It's Glitch. Why? Here we are, locked in. We're going to Glitch. As I said it last time, and I don't mind repeating myself for this one, Glitch is the style of map, completely symmetrical. 3 batteries on both sides, allowing for a lot of dynamic openings. This map sometimes is even just outright decided by a pilot duel. Nova, I think, actually loves this map because Nova will actually jump out of his Titan, go to your battery, and try to assassinate you trying to pull. If you think pulls are safe, you have another thing coming. But it's also a matter of which batteries do you decide to pull. Because all the batteries on this map are relatively contestable. Now we're going to see what Titans do the opposing teams lock in. Person hasn't changed off this Legion, so I imagine he's still the same. Camp more than likely going to play the Ronin. It's going to be LSD on the Ronin. Coming out with Stasis on the Ion. Ion selection coming out from him. LSD opts to go towards their battery. Stim. No! Couldn't find it! The Ion came out, but the Ion wasn't looking! That's a huge whiff coming out from the enemy team. That's because LSD's now going to get this battery. He's going to phase in. He's going to go bully Person. Oh, unfortunate melee timing. Person just trying to do damage. Person in between 2. Person is definitely dead here. Chased down. Actually, Person survives because of that on the return end. Stasis tries to find the Doom. Can't find it, but LSD has a sword core. Eats a ton of damage. Has to be careful with Camp. Oh, unfortunate melee timing. Waits for the melee. Nice phase by Camp. Mitigating. Very nice outplay coming out from him. Oh, what a nice turnaround melee. Great arc wave, however. Because of that, Camp will take an eject. Person has to get out with an auto, and his auto will wander into the line of fire. And that's going to be the end of the first round. Camp decided to take an eject. I think the comms might have been from each other that, hey, my auto is parked. Maybe you forgot to set it to guard mode. Like, you can take an eject if you need to. Camp actually came up super huge with the sword core. Actually outplaying LSD. If he could find the Doom on the other Titan, he could play his life and potentially win the game from there. But decides to take an eject. The auto unfortunately runs out into the open. And that's going to be a very nice movement tech from LSD. Now we're mixing up strategies. As I stated before, there's a lot of different ways to open this map. LSD is not going to get out for mid instead of the side battery this time. And he's going to get it. You can see the difference in terms of map control from the teams coming out. Person's going to get hard bullied. Person does mitigate a decent amount of damage, but he's going to find himself in a rock and a hard place. Camp is nowhere to be found. Camp shows up now, but it's already relatively too late. Camp's going to look at the Ion, and now he's just stuck between 2. Sure, Camp is advanced in here, but he's so behind on core. They're trying to look for Person right now. Person's going to take some more damage. Stasis might look to just run this down. Actually, no, he's completely zoned off Person. Now he's just going to let... Actually, no, he turned around, got the Doom. Because of the opposite end, Sorker comes out. Camp tries to find a melee. Sword core for sword core. One melee is good. No, swing and a miss. Unfortunately, LSD does get outplayed again. But Person has to get out with the auto. Now it's just Camp all by himself. Can't find the melee. The pilot does get taken out. Very nice stuff from LSD. Taking out Person as a pilot. And the 180 plus the laser shot flick. Caught Camp sprinting. Ended the game on his own terms. Very nice shot coming out from Nova. You can see the difference in like the team play. Invictus, of course, a bit more of a long-standing team at this point. They're used to covering each other. They're used to contesting the amount of spaces that they need to. Person is getting shoved out continuously. He keeps trying to play these forward positions, but because he's playing these forward positions, he gets 1v2'd. Camp is a little slow on the rotation because of that, he shows up late. Person gets forced out even further. Nova denies more space. LSD is allowed a 1v1 with an advantage. And even if he's allowed a 1v1 advantage, Camp does his best to fight back into it. And he does get a lot of value for himself. LSD with a phenomenal spawn this final round, potentially. Is going to get this battery. Is going to get back in. No questions asked. Well, Nova's been spotted in mid against Camp. Camp can't find the arc wave. And now he's stuck in a bit of an awkward spot between two Titans. Mirror match still between the two teams. LSD finds Person. Double arc wave. I don't know why my game just minimized, but we're going to go right back into the action. Excuse me, EA. Could you kindly put me back in the game? Did my game just die? No shot, right? Dude. No way. Rip EA? Rip EA, dude? Yo, EA app? Yo, EA app. We love to see it, dude. Oh my god. You can't be serious. Did my game just crash? No, I can't close it. Hold on. Alright, well. Do I have to open Task Manager? Is that life? Okay, no, I did it that way. Alright. Bro. I was open just in case on the other monitor because apparently that happened. Yeah, we're back in. Alright, we're good. So I'm gonna put this over there. I don't know why that happened, but apparently that happened. Alright. The game has been more and more buggy lately. Okay. I don't know why that happened, but okay. Sure, I guess. It's like, of course, it wouldn't be a tournament without some technical difficulties. Now, wouldn't it be? But regardless, we're right back into it. Why was it come out? So we're going right back into it. To remind everybody, the current score is that I believe it is a 2-0, if I'm not mistaken. Or it's 2-1. Excuse me. Oh, they won the last round, huh? Very nice job from the players. Going to be right back in as soon as the game crash happened. Unfortunately, these things do happen, but we carry right back on. We go right back in. Now we have to reset the score. The Titanfall Classic got to eject, reset the sides, of course. Which, honestly, might not be super necessary considering the fact that it's glitched, but we're going to do that anyway, just that way everyone knows exactly what the scores are, and we're going to continue on with the game. Thankfully, I've been updated by one of my moderators that the score right now currently sits at 2-1. Camp and Person have found the win of that last round. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it play out all the way due to the game crash. But we're going to continue right on. I'm sure a lot of people are eagerly awaiting the end of this game. One of two things happen. Either A, we go to a game 3, or B, we go straight to winners finals. Friendly reminder for everybody in the chat that Team Invictus sits with the 1-0 set score lead. GPU has opted to select this map for themselves, and now they only have one round to give.
Together, 6-4. Regroup.
Of course, we're going to reset one more round, and then we're going to go straight into it, I imagine. There's the Aegis coming out from the other side. Now the score has been completely reset. Respawn, if you ever watch a Titanfall 2 tournament and you decide to make Titanfall 3, please allow us to manually adjust the score. It'd be really nice. But that's neither here nor there. Ladies and gentlemen, we have gotten right back into the action after a little bit of a technical difficulty. And now, we're going to see how this potential final round unfolds. Person in camp found one round for themselves. But can they find another? Person still in the Legion camp, of course, not going to change off his tried and true Ronin. Gonna walk up this hallway. He hears Stasis, punishes the one, but it's both members. He has to be careful. He has no phase. He might lose a lot of health here. Matter of fact, he loses. Actually, wow, he actually mitigated a lot more damage than I thought he would. Has to play a little bit evasive because of the Ion. LSD reloading. Doesn't find the shot. He could have actually found a shot there. But instead, it's going to be camp pushing one out. But because they've decided to rotate this way, their batteries already been claimed. Ronin might look for the phase in. Person just ate a reflected power shot. Person's for sure going to go die for this ball. And that's going to be the end of him. Sorcerer comes out. Nice arc wave. Oh, unfortunately, can't find the melee. Very nice phase. Gets the melee. How did he get that melee? He was literally behind him because of that. LSD has taken an eject. And now it's just Camp with the Doom Bar. Camp by himself. His pilot has gone out of the fray. Camp gets one melee. Camp gets two melees. Gets a phase. Camp gets three melees. Camp tried to go for the swing. If Camp had dashed delayed his swing, he might have gotten the rip. So close yet so far. Laser Core will seal the deal. And that's going to be the end of winner semis. Invictus take it 2-0. I think one of the main things of that set was definitely tempo. We saw how Team Invictus was able to just run the map. They are basically keeping Team GPU just on the back foot constantly. Person in camp constantly adjusting to what's going on rather than making their own plays happen. And eventually, they kept pushing, and they were able to secure specific spaces for themselves, net their advantage, and immediately capitalize on the fact that Person and company have to make up lost ground. Sir Camp recognized he needed to pull the battery, but by the time he had to pull the battery, Person has to hold two by himself. One of those Titans is shielded, and due to that, Person has to coin flip his damage. Tries to coin flip correctly. Nova, of course, is just going to do nothing but hold Vortex. Ronin's going to lay into him. Reflect damage is so good, and other than that, that'll be the end. Instead, now we're going to have Invictus versus Members Only. Members Only, of course, has been top of the line for a while now. S-Gamer, I believe, on the Invictus roster that won the 3v3 tournament, I believe, for the Leviathan League. And so now he will be joined with his partner in crime, Bannyfly. Bannyfly wasn't available for the last event, I believe. Instead, now he's going to turn up to this one. So I'm very interested to see what the strats are going to be from these two. Of course, these two have a lot of team synergy from playing with each other, but usually we see Benny paired up with Nuki Clunk. Nuki Clunk not here today, so S Gamer will be the second player to follow suit. Invictus, of course, just coming off their win over Team GPU. Team GPU is going to go straight to the losers bracket. In which they're going to have to fight their way up back for another run back. As we sit comfortably and wait for S Gamer to return. And we're going to get our winners final started. Now, for those of you that are new here, or for those of you returning, of course, I have to repeat this every single time because people like to forget. Winners finals and losers finals are 2 out of 3. Only grand finals is 3 out of 5. And there is S Gamer. So, of course, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to play this 2 out of 3, and then we're going to go straight towards our loser side of the bracket, where we're going to start immediately at the losers round 2. Unfortunately, Camp and Company, they've taken a spill, but they're not out of it. So we're going to have to see where they end up. So who knows? We may or we may not see them again. But now it's a matter of who takes the dive in the losers. Even if you get all the way to grand finals, I don't think you'd really want to be in losers against any one of these teams. So one of these teams is going to have to go down, and only one will get to advance. The first ban is Complex. I like this decision overall. I think the 2 maps you take away from Benny, for sure, no questions asked, is you either have to take away Complex from him because he likes to play a lot more of a defensive style game and play his advantage, because Benny's rotations are phenomenal, and I think that he plays that map very well. And I was going to say, I think the other map I would consider banning versus Benny is, I think I would ban Dry Dock. Dry Dock is a very good map for him. Him and his teammates are well practiced on it. And interestingly enough, like, they have a ton of 2v2 strats. I think we saw Benny Company execute versus 360 Burn in the Leviathan League 2v2. What ended up happening is just Benny's team just ran circles around 360 and Burn just due to the fact that they knew how to execute the map. But instead, is Glitch the selection? Waiting to see what the teams have decided on. I'm kind of wondering, is Benny going to select Glitch? Or will him and S-Gamer deliberate to something else? Ooh, Colony. This is another map I actually do like for Benny's squad. Of course, S-Gamer and Benny are also as well top tier CTF players. This map not only leans himself towards their defensive style of game, but also leans himself towards their pilot style of game. So I think they have set the odds for themselves up in advantage in a very nice way. But here we are.
Transferred to pilot.
Benny, S Gamer, Obsidian, LSD, Stasis, coming out with the Ion Monarch composition. This is a very interesting controls kind of team, where they're going to look to net advantage on the Ronin and harass non-stop. However, the battery is more than likely going to get pulled. It's going to be a very difficult contest. LSD is here, but LSD has to contend with Benny's Ronin. And again, look at it. The pressure is definitely on a Benny. Trip him down, do as much damage as possible. He's eating a lot of damage. Benny is not very... His strong suit is not really offense. It's more about defense. And once he has an advantage, he doesn't let it go. The collapse on the Stasis is good. Stasis is looking at Benny. Stasis does not find a very great counter push from Benny. Because of that, he's going to be in an awkward spot. S-Gamer versus Benny plus company. And he has to take an eject. So does Stasis. Stasis tries to find the car. No, Benny will steal it out. However, the laser shot from LSD is very good. Opposite end, S-Gamer. I think he is either slightly about to be doomed or is doomed outright. LSD does find a laser shot. Huge laser shot. That guarantees him health advantage. Now it comes to a stare down. LSD versus S-Gamer tries to find another laser shot. That was very greedy. I'm surprised he didn't hold up the vortex for dear life. Very nice block. Very nice job getting the execution of course. S-Gamer has to make a play there. But he got stuck on the back end. LSD recognized he had no more movement. Gets the nice rip. Very clean, calculated style. 1-0, by the way, for the team that didn't run the Ronin. As I've stated before, Ronin is usually the face of competitive LTS. They have opted to not select it. And they made it work with the Monarch plus Ion. Benny seemed like he wasn't sure what target he wanted to go on. A lot of pressure was exerted onto him, so S-Gamer had to follow up and make up. This time around, they will select the Ronin, and it's going to still be the Monarch coming out from Nova. Nova does a phenomenal amount of work on this Monarch. Sometimes it can be hit and miss with the Monarch selection, however, is that Monarch can either live long enough to eventually get value, or she can just die outright. Those two siphons are great, but the double power shot is better! Immediately shut down by the Legion. And now, members only have a ton of advantage, and they have no way to deal with this Legion. Very nice damage, but has to be very careful of the Legion. However, the Legion I don't think has any more power shots. He is going to have to wait on that cooldown. But LSD is isolated. Very nice combo abilities from Benny. Benny can't seem to find the Doom onto LSD. LSD is rotating off for this battery, but he goes for this battery. S-Gamer is going to definitely collapse with Benny onto the Monarch. Power shot's good. Very nice. Eject coming out from Nova. Smart Core, I believe, was... Smart Core was, in fact, activated. LSD just get the battery. He gets isolated and taken out of the game. LSD now by himself. But we've seen him make 1v2s before. Very nice unblocked shot. Has to be careful. Oh, that power shot was huge. That power shot was everything. That power shot definitely ended the round. Does probably find a Doom in one. Oh, nice melee's coming. Actually, I was going to say nice, potentially two-man melee. If he got this two-man melee right here, he might have been back in the game, but it's not going to be enough. LSD put in the ground. 1 round for members only. And that is the beauty of 2v2. They saw Nova on the Monarch. I wasn't sure if Nova was going to run it again, but they were like, if he runs it again, we just pick the Legion. The Legion immediately shut down the Monarch. 2 power shots off the rip, and because of that, what are you going to do? Fight into it? And here is another counter swap coming up. Very nice movement from Nova, by the way. Doesn't use the spawn sonar. Going to keep the fact that he's a tone hidden. Ronin plus Ion from the other side. Tone has been seen. You throw the sonar, everyone knows what you are. Very nice melee coming out from Benny. Gonna exhaust all his movement options though, and S-Gamer's gonna be able to potentially be the target here. Shots coming out from Nova. Not gonna find the lock on. Very nice blocking coming out from S-Gamer, mitigating as much damage possible. Meanwhile, the opposite end of the 1v1 is happening. Aces couldn't find it, but he might be able to find this battery. Does go for it. Is gonna get it. Is gonna get back in, but on the opposite end, LSD needs to survive. LSD has survived versus Benny very well. Matter of fact, LSD will find a store core. He's probably gonna activate there. And Stasis is now in a position to just outright destroy the game. LSD actually hasn't activated store core yet. Surprised he hasn't activated store core and just opted to rotate to his teammate's fight. Benny is one swing now. So that's very good advantage for him. Opposite end, one Titan goes up. Store core is activated. Is going to play very patient versus Benny more than likely. Just going to contest this range, get the pilot, and that's probably going to be the end of the round for Benny. Runs forward, trying to see what he can do here with this Ronin. Store core is activated, but not going to be enough with that amount of health. 2-1. Round score for Invictus. And we can see just how dynamic the Titan picks have been for 2v2. 2v2, of course, there's comps that definitely beat each other, and there's, of course, definitive comps that are in the game. But in that situation, I think the call for members only was to try to collapse on the Ronin, where in reality, they should have turned around and gone towards the Tone. Nova was very far up. S-Gamer did a phenomenal job at mitigating damage, but instead they opted to just play individual 1v1s. Had they just gone around and turned towards Nova, they might have potentially gotten that kill, but of course that's an entirely different scramble. LSD doesn't see the Ronin in mid, so he's going to opt to pull this battery. Opposite end, it's going to be Stasis on the Ion. He gets himself a nice laser shot on a one target. Ooh, unblocked shotgun shot. All this little bit of damage is really adding up. Unblocked Arcwave as well. LSD has a ton of core for himself. Might look left towards S-Gamer, waiting for the shield to run out. Field of Vortex a little too early. Had he waited a bit more, he could have gotten himself a nice amount of crits. Benny has exhausted all of his movement and all of his resources. LSD, however, does take a good chunk amount of damage in return, but Nova is still relatively full health. They could look for this other battery if they want it, but instead, no, they're going to opt to just keep them here and play their position. Make sure that they don't allow the other team back in the game. LSD is just doing everything he can to eventually get the Sword Core online. Is looking for Benny. Nice shots coming out from the two. They get the doom on it. Benny is hurting. He's not going to be able to frontline when the Sword Core comes out. I'm surprised LSD doesn't already have it. Tripwire. Laser shot, huge as well. Benny has to take an eject. Benny could have looked for a rip there, but actually will take the eject. S-Gamer by himself. One melee comes out, takes the eject of his own. Very smart stuff. Charge rifle, one is good. Rodeo on the back. No more E-Smoke, buddy. S-Gamer is definitely going to die here, and that's going to be the end of Colony. Invictus are going to take that game. Overall, I said in the pre-analysis that I thought that that map would have favored more the members only. But instead, I was completely wrong. It's going to be Invictus that opt to take that one away from members only. Members only have another map selection for themselves, so they can still pick a map that favors them. And there it is, the Benny Dry Dock. As I've stated before, and I'll say it again, so you know me, I love saying things again. This is a map that members only textbook knows how to execute. Variety of different strats. And they don't go for the same opener more than once. They always love to change up their strategy. But we're going to see. Can Invictus overcome?
Pilot on board. Welcome back.
The other thing about Dry Dock as well is that Benny and company also love this map because once they net advantage, they can hold specific parts of the map that are very difficult to push into. And if you have to push a team that is relatively of the same skill level of you, or even better, let's say, while being a disadvantage, it's a tough hill to climb. Benny gonna go up in the mid. LSD gonna pull the battery. Tries to find the pilot. Very nice vortex coming out from Nova. Does find himself a little bit of melee. Doesn't take too much damage, but LSD will get the battery, and Benny is gonna have to retreat. On the opposite end, Nova ate himself a decent amount of damage, so that is overall a decent trade. LSD actually took a bit more damage than I thought he did as well. S-Gamer more than likely putting in some work for the members only squad. Now it's going to be holding in mid until one of the teams decides to rotate and do something else. Instead, LSD is here. Nobody has seen Nova. Nova has come back in a mid. Great laser shot from him. LSD is the target. LSD is completely isolated. Sword Core's been activated. LSD has been taken off the game immediately. Nova tried to find a rip. Nova can't find it. Benny's playing his life phenomenally. S-Gamer is here. S-Gamer got the elimination. Tries to find it. Nova tries to find it once again. He will get it, but he'll get doomed for it. S-Gamer taking the reload, does dash, puts the laser core onto his face, and Nova with nowhere to go is going to go down. Despite the initial advantage that LSD and company had, LSD took a little bit too much damage in the mid. S-Gamer more than likely gonna probably hit some laser shot plus maybe some tripwires. Nova at one point decided to not hold the vortex for him, which was a little scary, so Nova actually took a ton of damage as well early on. I've said before with 2v2, the micro decisions are essentially what add up and win you the game. And unlike most shooters nowadays, we all know it, we all love it, Titans don't regenerate health. All the damage you take is permanent. So you must be very careful, especially with pulling that battery. Thankfully, doesn't get goosed. But at the same time, Benny doesn't take too much damage on himself. Noah was in position and does actually defend his Ronin. LSD and company. LSD is now forced to play the slow game. We can see the members only teams, that you see how they are essentially detached from each other. If Invictus wants to, they can pick a target and I try to isolate them, but the targets they can pick aren't exactly very ideal. Hence why they're opting to play the slow chip away game instead. Arc waves and other things, trying to make an advantage. But S-Gamer, look at how much health S-Gamer has compared to Nova. Nova's been getting a bit more punished in these extended engagements. Tries to find a laser shot there. Very nice block from Benny. And slowly but surely, members only are clawing their advantage back in just through raw poke. These little poke engagements add up so much. S-Gamer here gonna look for a laser shot. He does find it and blocked onto LSD. That's a huge win for himself. Benny played a little bit aggressively there, but decides to opt to back away towards his hallway. S-Gamer has another laser shot ready. Battery's being pulled. Oh, unfortunately, Benny Fly can't escape the chorus. That is Lord Sia. Lord Sia making another appearance on the Dry Dock. And it wasn't the barrels, it was just an ion. They pulled the battery in front of two Titans, and one of them goes instantly bye-bye via the phase dash. You hate to see that type of thing happen, but you love to see it if you are Team Invictus, evening up the round count.
Conditions are yours. We are stronger united.
Ladies and gentlemen, it can happen to you. No matter what Ronin player you are, you can instantly die to phase. Happens to all skill levels, whether you are godlike or you are less good. You are mortal, just like everyone else. Benny's gonna get himself this battery, and we're gonna continue on like nothing happened. S-Gamer and Benny gonna take up this mid position, but the different round opener, they've opted to go for this bridge, meaning that this hallway battery is uncontested. As you can see it, members only already walking up, already going towards the hallway. Benny's gonna need that laser shot. He's more than happy to do it. Yeah, but however, the enemy team is already here. S-Gamer is the target from LSD. Target switch from Benny is very good. Gonna keep this Ronin at bay. But I think overall, this engagement might be favored towards LSD and company. That tripwire is very scary. The other tripwire is also scary. There's so many things happening. A mad scramble has been coming out. S-Gamer is gonna die first. Because of that, Sword Core does have to come out. Great arc for Benny, gets 2! Nova has to take an eject. Pilots are in the air. One pilot will survive. LSD tries to find it. LSD couldn't find the melee! He gets baited perfectly by Benny. Benefly, even if that melee connected, Benefly didn't even go for the melee. He went for the arc wave, which sealed LSD's fate. I am so surprised, given the fact that the Ion on members only side, S-Gamer had to go up first, but Benny finds a nice 2-man sword core swing. Immediately turns the fight into his favor. Nova takes the eject. Pilots are running around. And then LSC has to be the one to play aggressive. Benny gets the battery. Very unsafe pull, but again, as stated before, look, members only. They decided to circle around towards his right side. And because of that, LSD gets lightly punished, but he recovers all that health back, no problem. S-Gamer takes a little bit of damage for himself. Probably tried to find the Gooser. And it's going to be the Monarch coming out from Nova. So, the Monarch is going to look to try to siphon this Ronin and try to get the shields off as soon as possible. And he's going to walk up. It's going to be Nova pulling the battery, interesting enough. Unfortunately, LSD let go of block twice. Their 8-2 arc wave's huge. And the Monarch with the battery doesn't really do a whole lot. We would have rather had that on the Ronin, but regardless, we're going to see what ends up happening here in this exchange. Siphon comes out once. And Monarch does sustained DPS. If she's put into a poke fight, it is very unlikely for her to get value. Siphon from Stasis. Laser shot return. Laser shot from S-Gamer, try to find it. Has another laser shot ready, plus tripwire is coming up relatively soon as well. Can't stop this contest. Oh! Very nice stuff coming out from S-Gamer, anchoring for Benny! And because of that, Benny's gonna live! And he's gonna reflect the damage back onto the Monarch plus LSD! And now, LSD has to take a 1v2, doesn't have that much more to live, and he's gonna die as well. Huge play coming up from S-Gamer, anchoring for his teammate perfectly. He blocks most of the Ronin damage, turns towards Nova, blocks most of Nova's damage, takes Nova's damage, and reflects it onto LSD, and basically just outright wins that fight for his team. It was a very scary battery pull. Had that battery pull gone any different way, we might have been looking at another round. But members only even up the set score. So now they've selected their 2 bans. They've banned Eden, they've banned Kali. Now, LSD and Stasis. Where is the call? Where do the Titans fall? This is the final game of Winners Finals. Ooh. Is this it? Are we really selecting the classic? You know, I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen it the whole day yet. But here it is. We might be going to Boomtown. locked in. We're going to the tried and true classic. The one map we know as our version of Guardian. Boomtown. Both teams locked in. All players, of course, knowing exactly how to run this map. Anyone who has played Titanfall competitive or has even watched it a decent amount knows that this map is the tried and true. Final game of our winners finals begins right now. LSD taking up the road and Stasis taking up the Legion. Always looking to mess around here. I'd imagine S-Gamer and Benny, Ronin and Ion respectively, unless S-Gamer decides to change it up. LSD getting up for the battery, and the opposite, and the other Ronin's also getting up for the battery. S-Gamer trying to find a peek. Oh, but doesn't find the power shot. Oh, unfortunate. Slightly misaligned coming out from Nova. That's going to cost him a little bit of health. So technically, members only have health advantage now. And you can see, Benny's opting to just wait. He's more than comfortable just waiting and letting his Ion do the work. And he gets one shot. Tried to find a melee. That's a very far long reach melee he tried to get. That's going to be most of LSD's shields. LSD still hasn't used face, so he still has that. Very nice block on the arc wave. But LSD's down a lot of health. Stasis is trying to wrap around and look for this power shot. But Bennyfly, more than aware, is not going to let him get that for himself. Tries to find a dash, but not, again, not being able to find the damage. Because he's not able to find his damage, look at LSD's health bar. He's been getting chipped away, slowly but surely. Long range power shot, not sure if that netted the value that he wanted, but these long range bullets are going to find a decent amount of damage as they try to claw their way back in. They're in position to contest this battery. Stasis has been spotted by the Ion, respectively. Benny, look, understands he has advantage. We'll just wait. This is Benny's staple game plan. He understands. He'll just continue to wait. Find himself a decent amount of damage there. LST has a sword core. Has to be careful. Might get ripped here. Oh, survives barely. Sword core for sword core. Benny misses the sword core swing. Benny gets doomed. LSD took the eject, but because LSD took the eject, Eskimo on the back end rips Nova. And that's going to be one round for members only. I'm so surprised that LSD opted to take that eject. I believe he thought he was in one kill threshold, and I know he was missing a little bit of a doom bar, but I feel like he might have survived out of that, or maybe he was right in his own call. But he thought that he was going to get hit, and because he thought he was going to get hit, Benny had already full turned away from him. He could have even got more value out of that sword core had he wanted it. Unfortunately, on the opposite end, Nova's 1v1 doesn't go particularly well either, so that's going to be the end of that round. Grenade comes out. He has to be careful pulling this battery. He's going to take a while. Couldn't find a laser shot. Both pilots cloaked. Laser shot trade coming out from the Ions. Laser shot. Very nice damage from Bennyfly. That is an ADS crit for those of you that don't know. Another huge hit onto Nova. Members only playing phenomenal in their 2v2. Tries to find double arc waves. Does find one, I think. Out of that, he may have hit tripwires. Tries to go aggressive on a Benny. Gets some nice shotgun shots on a Benny. But as I was saying, to explain to you guys, if you ADS the lead wall, it actually does increase in effective range. Bennyfly eating a good amount of damage there. Nice movement from LSD to continually hold mid, but Nova playing very aggressive. Does get a lot of damage on a Benny, but look at Nova's health bar. Nice laser shot from S-Gamer. The preemptive arc wave from Benny to contest that amount of space. Meanwhile, on the opposite end, Stasis gets doomed. Benny does have the sword core. Has to be careful of this next laser shot. Does LSD. There's one. Benny gets doomed. I think Nova might have found that one. Nova's on the back end. He's trying to see what kind of value he can put in. Does get a lot of splitter shot damage. Benny, actually, smart play by Benny. Benny opts to just completely waste LSD's time. And because he decided to waste LSD's time, LSD can't go in on this Ion. He's trying to find it on S-Gamer. That might have been a double hit with sword core. I'm not sure. Oh, unfortunately, hit markers on the pilot. Pilot doesn't go down. Now it's LSD against two of members only. But has to be very careful of this cloak pilot with the charge rifle. More than likely at this point, I imagine Benny and company are rotating towards the other bet. LSD has no idea where this pilot is. No, this pilot is still close in company in harassment. And of course, we all know it. Bennyfly, one of the greatest elusive roaches of all time with the co-pilot. Very difficult to spot. Opts to hang on top of the tower. LSD, you have no way out of this one. Bennyfly will take that round, securing members only a 2-0 round lead.
Half-time.
Pilot on board. Welcome back.
Unfortunate. Very good call from Benny, however, though. Benny just completely wasted LSD's time. He just popped the sword core, and he just feigned
We're taking a beating. Come on, we can still win this.
control. LSD doesn't want to play aggressively into that because, of course, he has to force himself to do a scramble. And if he loses that scramble, that's also the end of the round. But by wasting LSD's time with the sword core, actually, Benny was able to find the kill on a Nova. Nova doesn't take the eject. Benny gets the eject, and that is the end of the round. LSD gonna pull this battery with no problems. Oh, it's Nova on the Monarch. It's a little sketchy, given the fact he's out in mid and has no cover available to himself. Gets one siphon on a Benny. Doesn't get the other one, but that's a huge net win overall. LSD is going to have a lot easier time in this upcoming 1v1. Speaking of upcoming 1v1s, so is Nova. Nova's going to have an easy time with this 1v1 as well. Because Ion does, in fact, lose to Monarch. As long as the 1v1s continue, it will be an overall net win for... Ooh, unfortunately, fed that Vortex a little too much. Very nice shots on a Benny. Benny might be the target now between these two teams. And it seems like he is. Bennyfly is in a bit of a rock and a hard place. LSD has a sword core, has enough to activate. The thing is that the longer LSD waits on activating this sword core, the more value that Ion and S-Gamers then does get. LSD makes a decision to sword core Benny, puts him down to 1 HP, decides to hard chase. I don't like this decision from LSD, because now he's used most of his sword core time, and the Ion is now, of course, the only person in contention, but thankfully both members of Invictus are relatively healthy. S-Gamer is going to go down. Thankfully, Invictus do secure the round for themselves. If S-Gamer was able to turn his 1v1 around onto Nova, we could have looked at another situation where Benny had wasted enough of LSD's time. And again, LSD could have been potentially a bit more hurt. And S-Gamer could have found a way to clutch it with the help of a pilot. But, thankfully, Nova holds his own. LSD utmost confident in his teammate. And they get themselves around on the board. They still need to win 2 rounds straight. If they lose any more rounds, they will be in the loser side of the bracket. LSD, just making sure. Yep, he heard Benny in the winds. Understood that battery wasn't safe, realized no one had gotten out. And on the other end, it's going to be Nova on the tone, but no one's going to peek out with this particle wall in place. Matter of fact, he needs to get down because if he's out in the open, he's going to get laser shot, if anything, or alternatively, double teamed. Nova decides to hard scramble, and yes, he will hard scramble into 2 members. He's going to eat himself a ton of punishment. Now Nova's down a lot of health. LSD has to take a reload. Lock-ons onto Benny. Doesn't find the hit. Oh, unfortunately drops E-Smoke into tripwires. Tries to go for the back turn. Nova's not really changing up his tracking rocket timings, and because he's not, he essentially is throwing them free fire. He's going to find a battery pull with the particle wall, however. Thankfully, the opposite end. S-Gamer will walk up with Benny, and LSD is super close to getting doomed. Both rodents are super close to being doomed, and I believe one of them, no, looks like Benny is not doomed just yet. Has to use the particle wall. Oh, unfortunately, gave up his high ground. Now he has to spend time getting back up. These little micro decisions. He's gonna try to find a doom on a Benny. Those rockets connected. Definitely is a doom on Benny. Oh, misses on the sonar. And LSD goes for it all, and he gets the rip. I didn't know he was a gambling man like that, and because of that, he's going to phase out, and he's going to start playing the safe game. Tone coming in with a tracking rockets. Very nice hits coming out from Nova. Arc wave plus punch from his teammate will secure the end of the round. Now the round count is even. It is a 2-2 final round scenario. One of these teams goes to Grands, the other one goes to the losers bracket. And we get to find out who's waiting there in just a second. But as I've stated before, Benny and company, they love to change strategies. We saw it there. Every single round before that, that battery has been safe. That last one, Benny waiting in the winds for LSD to get out. LSD recognizes exactly what's going on, doesn't get out for himself. Nova gets punished a little bit there, but since he realized that there was enough space to pull the battery, drops the particle wall, gets himself a little bit of a battery, gets the doom on a Benny, and a game starts snowballing from there. That will be the last round opener. LSD sees the pilot get out for the battery, gets out the battery as his own. Pulse Echo Plus Turbo Engine coming out from Nova, taking a page out of Nuki Klunk's book. Has to be careful. Ion Steel for S Gamer. There will be no surprise Legion. Late on the particle wall. Nova opts to just fill the vortex. He can just react if he wants to. Tracking rockets incoming. That should be a block. And they try to collapse onto the tome, but because the collapse was successful, tracking rockets incoming! Benny saved himself with the phase there. Very nice job, but it's going to be a lot of damage that LSD has to take here. Too many missed shots from Nova. Too many missed shots from Nova. Can't find a lock on. Track your rockets on the 2. That's going to be really good damage, but the reflect is coming out, and that's going to be the end of the Tone's value for a little bit. Track your rockets some more onto Benny. Tone is going to have no wall. It means Tone is susceptible to punishment. Nova has to watch his positioning because he's going to get eaten alive by these laser shots. Oh, one rocket's coming out. Very nice catch from S Gamer. Splash is good. Bops the end. The Rodents still 1v1ing each other. Oh, I believe that's a Sword Core activation. Sword Core for Sword Core incoming. This just comes down to this Sword Core duel. Very nice hit. No, unfortunately. Can Nova find a goose? Oh, he fights the goose. He goes through the clunk pile. Huge goose from Nova. That's just one way back into the round. Has to be very careful. If Tone plays the 1v1 perfectly, she can still win. He got the lock on. Don't fire the rockets. No, he opted to fire the rockets. No, he's not going to have anything to defend himself with. He's going to eat the laser shot. He's going to get doomed for sure. Oh, that's one. Nova's one way back in. He caught S Gamer being a little greedy, but laser comes out, and that's going to be not the end. He still survived. Very nice movement from Nova. Couldn't find a return shot, however. Can't find a lock on. Can't pull the battery. And now Nova's pretty much out of options. If S-Gamer wants it, he can just end it right now. He's going to opt to just barrel in. Very nice catch. And that should be the end. No, it's not opt to drop down. He hasn't dropped down yet. Nova doing his best to survive with the E-Smoke contesting the space. No one would know where to go. Members only advance to the grand finals. Believe it or not, Nova still could have won that round. With the kits that he had, especially with the fact that the matchup was so rough for Ion, Ion's not able to do damage onto Tone as long as the Tone cycles cooldowns correctly. Nova still had a chance to build the Salvo Core. Plus he has Turbo Engine plus Salvo Core, both a burst of offense. Of course has to navigate around some of the Ion's defenses, but it was still possible. Nova, of course, is no stranger to playing Tone, but we needed to see a bit more optimized Tone gameplay if you wanted to win. But that's going to be the end. Members only will sit comfortably in the grand finals, and we're going to see who is in our loser side of the bracket. We're going to go straight to losers round 2, I believe. Next up for our player cards. Okay. Camp, if you're in the chat, please send me an invitation. We're going to go straight to your match next. Invictus will sit and wait in the losers finals. They have earned themselves, or excuse me, Invictus will, excuse me. Members only earn themselves a nice, comfortable set lead in the grand finale. So no matter who they go up against, one team is going to have to win 2 or 3 out of 5, which is a tall task. Members only, we've seen it before, they love to play the endurance game. But that's neither here nor there. Currently waiting for an invitation to our next lobby. There is the invitation, and we're going to get right and started. Now, I have been informed that Team Chimera has made it through one of the rounds of losers, and now they're here. We have Rifles. I wouldn't say a new name. He's starting to make a name for himself in the scene. He's been playing for the last year. The competitive's been around. I've seen him around for some of the CTF events, and I've seen him around, and now I see him here in the LTS side of things. And we have all caps, no gaps. Truthfully, one of my favorite names in the Titanfall community. It's a name you definitely can't forget. And on the opposite end, we saw this team earlier, Team GPU, where they have advanced through their loser side of the bracket and have met up here. Now the question remains, does Team GPU get the run back? Or will it be Rifles and Company that deny GPU any further progress? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Map picks and bans. I've stated before, but I'll say it again for all the new people in the chat, if there are new people. There is a grand total of 10 maps allowed in TBT. If we want to go through them real quick, the maps that we allow in TBT are as follows. We allow Boomtown, Exoplanet, Eden, Drydock, Crash Site, Complex, AC, Colony, Glitch, and War Games. These are the maps that are allowed. One team is allowed to ban one map. I believe one team bans 2, and then the last map, or excuse me, not the last map, excuse me, the other remaining team gets to pick for themselves. This gives essentially players a bit more control and power in terms of like what maps they want to play, as well as expanding the map pool, because of course the maps I wouldn't call themselves exactly, let's say, fair. As we know, Exoplanet, of course, has the one side that's completely favored. We saw Crash Site earlier with the favorable side. Complex is another one as well. And speaking of Complex, here we are. Complex might be the map pick. Complex also one of my favorite maps. While it is mainly a defensive style map where one team spawns with immediate battery control, that being the full weapon side of the map. The map that also controls the dome. They essentially get to look at 2 batteries for free, as the other team has to make an offense through one of 3 areas. Either the Titans decide to barrel through the mid, or we've seen a resurgence of going blue. But here goes. Losers round 2 will be Team Chimera, featuring Rifles and Caps. Or Team GPU, featuring Person, Camp, and Burn.
Pilot mode online.
Complex is the map, and so we lock in. Believe that's a Legion on the person's end, and Camp will take the Ronin. No questions asked. Ronin coming out from Gaps, and Rifles will also take the Legion. Ronin Legion, of course, one of the best fighting duos in the game, as stated before multiple times. But with this being a bit more of a secrecy style map, Ooh, Legion through the window actually tries to find some damage. Understands he sees the Titan actually. Caps will type towards his teammate, let him know where to go. And is this going to be an outright brawl in mid, it looks like. Caps tried to find himself a little bit cheeky early damage. As there's a bunch of little cheeky strats on this map. Both batteries immediately are available to pull, but I've stated before, one team has the battery control immediately, and it will be person in camp immediately with the favorable side. Unfortunately, Caps can't find much value with the arc waves. Actually did have a nice few opportunities to get a 2-man arc wave, but couldn't find it. Person takes a decent amount of damage, but however, Rifles has to be careful. Rifles needs to reload too. He's going to force with a power shot. Gets a nice amount of damage on a person, actually. Caps and Camp get core at the same time. However, that power shot does land. Person is eating a ton of damage. Rifles is more healthy than Person, and the sword core does come out. Very nice sword swing from Camp. Gonna find the 2-1. Very nice power shot coming out from Rifles. He's gonna find one. Goes for the all-in. Tries to get the rip on a Camp. Unfortunately, couldn't find it. Smart core's been activated, but the gun shield is better. Tries to find a power shot on the crouch, but can't find it. Gets a 2-1 on Person. Person has to take an eject here. No, he will go down with the chip. But it's gonna be Camp with the Doom Bar. Tries to find the power shot. Ooh, unfortunately. That's a power shot glitch for sure. Or disembargo, I should call it. But overall, that was a very close round. Person taking a lot more damage than he should. Honestly, you want my honest opinion. Playing a little too much Overwatch there, friend. Can't heal in this game. Gotta watch your health bar. So because of that, and the other good power shot that the Rifles landed on a Camp, they almost swing that round back towards their side. But regardless, that's just the first round. They are on the losing side. Again, this battery is always guaranteed. Rifles is already going towards the mid. He will follow up with his teammate. More than likely in tow soon. Long range mode has been engaged. Instead, smartly goes back into close range. Has to be careful when walking up this corner. Already revved the gun. Nice. Gets the block power shot on the one. Couldn't find the second one, however. But now it's Rifles out of position. Rifles is going to lose most of his health bar outright. Caps has to find a decent amount of value with the outfront that he can put out. Oh, unfortunately, that gun shield is going to be the death of Rifles. Rifles does not have a gun shield through the arc wave. Matter of fact, he's about to have not have a gun shield through 2 power shots. Rifles is already dead. Sword core incoming. How will you defend yourself from Camp? Very nice melee. Oh no, he doesn't opt to just shoot Camp. Let's it get the rip. No. And because of that, Caps will go down. And even then, he still had to contend with the super healthy Legion. As I've always stated, one of the things I've always noticed about Person's game plan is if he survives the first minute of the game, he's probably full health at the end of the round. If he can get there.
Pull it together, 6-4. Regroup, team up, and give him hell.
That time around, he got there. But we're going to see if he gets there again. Ronin Legion still the call. I like the fact that they're sticking out with this team comp. They opted not to change tactics due to the fact that the first round was still really close. The second round, of course, Rifles had some mishaps, but overall, things can genuinely work better. Rifles trying to see what he can see through the little peek hole. Tries to go for that power shot. There was an AWOL there. That is a classic strategy from Camp. Likes the AWOL bat pull so that way he doesn't get goosed by anything. Except for maybe a cluster missile, but if you really want to run North Star on Complex, go right ahead. That power shot tries to find some value. Rifles also has deployed the gun shield. He's not going to have that for this upcoming fight and has to watch his positioning. Caps now in the mix. I'm going to get a lot of long range damage from Person. Person's going to take the reload and take further positioning, which I think is very good. Now he's in a position to support his Ronin, and he's out of line of sight. Now if the Ronin does anything, dash plus gun shield. Rifles has no gun shield. Rifles is going to be in a ton of pain. Try to find a power shot on a person, but there was a gun shield still in the way. Person just has too much health over rifles. The cooldown mismanagement, sure, person. Actually, the reverse punish on the person was actually really good. Rifle try to find a blind smoke power shot. Camp has core, so does Caps. But Caps is out of position. Caps doesn't have support of the Legion. One will go down, the other will follow. 3-0 victory for Team GPU. The thing is that I believe that they can do it. Sure, they've had a bit of cooldown mismanagement that leads to them losing a lot more health, but we saw the first round. The first round was relatively close. My game has crashed again. Ladies and gentlemen, we love Titanfall 2. I definitely do. Actually, my game was just minimized, but alright, regardless. Don't worry. We're going to get right back in the lobby. As, yeah. Don't worry, I'm playing tech support on the other monitor as we speak. Hey, Wild, how you doing? Yeah, dude, my PC is cooked. I don't know what's been going on lately. This game has given me all sorts of launch issues and all sorts of other issues as of recent. Last 2 tournaments. But regardless, here we are. Well, Wild, happy to see you in the chat. You tuned in for a phenomenal tournament. And so, we're going to continue with our 2v2. Again, I don't know what is going on with my PC. My PC seems to be having some issues at the moment. So I have to look into it. Likely after this event. But regardless, we have to continue. We push and we go forward. The teams are deciding where we go next, as stated before, pick and ban system in place, and the call has been to go to Exoplanet. The team that's currently waiting in the losers finals, of course, just to remind everybody, is that I believe it is Team Invictus. We saw them lose to members only. Members only sits comfortably in the grand finale. But still, we have to get through loser semis first. And we've still got one more game of it at least. Chimera gonna need to claw their way back against this Team GPU. Exoplanet is the selection. Now, I stated before earlier that the maps aren't particularly what I would call fair. This is one of them. This map definitely has a good side and a bad side. One of the maps that's on a good side gets a free, almost, I should say, not completely free, but almost free battery for themselves, provided there is not a North Star to immediately come contest or a Turbo Engine Ion that could potentially make the snipe. So with that in mind, the map is past that point. It becomes very much of a brawl because of how close all the Titans are. And speaking of the Turbo Engine Ion coming in with the snipe, Person will find the shot on the Caps. And that is going to be more than likely the end of the round. I can count the amount of times I've seen a 1v2 happen in my Titanfall 2 career, and I can tell you that it is a grand total of 2. And this is not one of them, so we're going to move right on to the next round. Caps and company still have the good side, but now they know that person.
Transferring controls to pilot.
Oh yeah, he landed the shot. So, we'll shoot that game under the rug. Person's gonna go, of course, once again for the shot and see if he can find it. They won't try it again, right? No, they did not. Instead, patiently waited for the vortex. Person, can he find it? No, if he might have swung right, actually, he might have had a chance to hit Rifles for not crouching with the vortex. And now, Camp stuck in a bit of a situation where he has to fight two. Very nice arc wave comes out. Ooh, very nice double arc wave as well. Oh, no, arc wave hits coming out from Caps. Cap's gonna lose his shield advantage early. He's gonna keep himself a little bit of core advantage, but now Person is in position to anchor for this battery. No, Person actually just keeps it battery for himself. Person being a bit more greedy, not really letting his Ronin get the even side of the trade. Caps unfortunately eats a laser shot plus tripwire combo. He's lost all of his health immediately. Now here we are, of course. Now it's gonna be Team GPU taking the advance. Arcwave over the wall, very nice. Gets another hit. Arcwave again. Has Cap even missed an Arcwave yet? Regardless, Cap's gonna go all the way in. Cap's gonna find the phase drip. Person will now support his friendly Ronin. It's going to be Rifles all by himself. Laser shot comes out. Sword core plus laser core inbound. And that's going to be the end of Rifles. Rifles, not much he can really do in that situation. 2-0 for Team GPU. Caps and company. Despite selecting this map, they're kind of struggling right now. That first game, or excuse me, the first round, of course, that's just, sometimes it just happens. The second round they get it, but they just have so many different unfortunate things happen. And Team GPU is able to just completely claw their way back in, no problem.
They don't have a chance.
But now, here we are. Camp want to go for the pole. Want to see if he gets sniped. No, opts to go for the cloak. Oh, doesn't get the battery. Sees the eye win in the rings. Actually, based on the laser shot, I think either unintentionally, more than likely because he missed the battery a few times, but it was relatively close to him getting shot off a bat for once. Camp now has to take the fight, but the Ronin has faced into the Legion. Bit of an awkward situation. Thankfully, Camp doesn't take too much damage. Camp trying to dissuade this tripwire. Actually, nice e-smoke play. He's going to get a lot of core from that as well. I believe he got some of the hits from to the ions with it. And now Camp plus the Legion is going to push up against these Ion plus Ronin composition. Both Arcwaves have been burned, and both Arcwaves don't seem to have gotten that much value. Person will gladly pull this other battery for himself. Camp will just hold, and you can see just the amount of map control that Team GPU has is eventually more than likely going to net them this win at this point. Rifles Company trying to punch the Ronin, but the Ronin has the sword core. Now the Ronin comes and punches you instead! Rifles is going to actually got out of his time manually and will survive, so he's a pilot, so he can still potentially put in some work, but it's not looking very likely. Camp tries to go for some fancy maneuvers, can't seem to find it. Rifles tries his best to defend himself to the very end, and Person just decides to just end the game. That's going to be a 3-0. And that's going to be the end of our loser semis. Now we go straight to our losers finals. Team GPU get the run back. They're going to go fight against Invictus. And to answer someone's question in the chat, is the game worth getting? Yes, this game goes on sale like almost every other week. Matter of fact, this game is worth a grand total of $3 nowadays. So if you want to play the phenomenal campaign, hop in a multiplayer, or do whatever you want to do, you can. All for a nice amount of $3. Available on all platforms, by the way. Swear I'm not chilling. There's the next lobby. We're going to go straight into losers finals immediately. So here we are in the lobby. Invictus versus Team GPU. So I just want to point out, actually, all the teams that we've seen play, none of them have opted to rotate in their subs. Bernadotte has not played a game yet. Neither has 360. I, for one, am very eager to see what these players can bring to the table and what kind of different twists they can bring as well. I'm also very curious as to when 360 is going to play. And here we are. Picks and bans. First ban is Dry Dock. Second ban being Boomtown, where we're not going to go back there. Ooh, Crash Site is the other ban. Okay. I appreciate LSD right now, just want to say, doing his best to make sure that things run as smoothly and quickly as possible, literally being a player plus moderator in one as we speak. Absolute legend. I'm glad that we can get this tournament underway as quickly as possible, as the players are taking a second to deliberate between picks and bans. Ooh. Is this the lock-in? We finally lock it in. And here it is. Exoplanet. We were just here, but we're going right back to it.
Smart moves, pilot. It is good to have you back.
So I'm very curious to see. I've already explained this map. Map has a good side and a bad side. I'm curious to see which team will get the good side. 360 has come out to play, and 360 has taken the North Star for himself. He's been loving this pick for himself ever since he's gotten back into competitive. He's here, finds a shot on a person. That's already huge value. LSD, Ronin in tow, pops the tripwire. The double strider, the pinnacle of 2v2's meta. Person has to hold up. Unfortunately, the shot went into the tree. LSD now under fire from Camp. Camp with a battery advantage. But Ron, a shot through 360! Oh my god, and a crit too as well. For good measure. Matter of fact, on the back end, Person has died! 360 has put in so much work already with this North Star. And now it's just Camp all by himself. Person trying to greet for battery. Another blood shot coming up from 360. Camp by himself. Camp doomed. Camp put in the ground by LSD. Oh my goodness gracious. And that's going to be 1 round for Invictus on the bad side, no less. 360 has finally decided to pick up his mouse and keyboard. And he is here to show the power of North Star. he got an early shot on a person, and then after he got the early shot on a person, he apparently killed person pulling the battery. And then got, I think almost every shot was unblocked on camp. Phenomenal timing coming out from the North Star player. Here comes the cluster missile. Cluster missile on the battery. That's going to deny that area for a while. He sees the gun shield's already been used. Person doesn't have a gun shield now. He can look for a dash peek or try to look for the battery if he wants it. His third dash is coming up. Gets a shot on a camp. Has to be careful of this Legion, however. And it's going to be LSD taking on camp in mid on even footing. We've seen LSD on the crash site. Very nice bait on the melee there. We've seen LSD on the crash site have the edge over camp. And we're going to see how this fight goes once again. However, the thing is that 360 is going to have a bit of a harder time against this Legion. You can see both of them having a staring contest at the moment. As the Rodents are still having an uninterrupted 1v1. But again, as I've stated before, LSD, you can see it. He's just slightly edging out over in this fight, in this 1v1. Meanwhile, 360 has person tied up still. Camp doesn't know where LSD went. He's a little confused. He tried to put the sword core, but unfortunately it was an Arcwave. LSD had token eject because he wasn't sure if person was waiting in the wings for it. Has secured the battery, and now person, I'm pretty sure person right now is getting a lot of flashbacks of Colony. Pilot just cheesing him with the charge rifle, and on the opposite end, a North Star that's gonna be putting nothing but bullets into him. Pulls the battery, gets hard punished. Now, what will you do as the Legion? Oh, LSD actually did put the battery in the 360, but he's putting it in right now. So 360 has full health plus shield plus a pilot helping him out. This is a phenomenal tall task for person to make this comeback. LSD in the cloak. Tries to find the arc grenade. Arc grenade plus charge rifle. Gets some damage in. LSD was more than content to just wait, and you can see 360 playing happily out of range of this Legion's options. Not going to let himself get power shot, but LSD will get power shot on the back end. But person has 1 minute to circle around and kill this bird. He has 1 minute to find the damage. He could have potentially found a close range power shot there had he gone for it. Actually may have been hit the tipper end of the range. Oof, what unfortunate. Used the gun shield. Looked the wrong way. 360 with the shot. 360 has full health. He doesn't even need to play the clock. He could just all in this Legion if he wants to. Tries to find a crit. Tries to find a crouch shot. And the cluster missile will eventually do it. 2-0 for Team Invictus. So, uncommon knowledge. Some people think the Queen of Titans is Monarch. But Monarch does not reign here. Not in the 2v2 meta. It is, in fact, North Star. North Star being to check people outside of their ranges, and of course having the movement to complement it. Able to make a lot more rotations and influence more fights. However, as I stated before, it takes a lot of mechanical skill plus awareness, because North Star is also very fragile, but you can see the amount of just control she brings. 360 here. LSD does get safely back into the Titan. Person was not here on the contest. Finds the hover shot. As a matter of fact, 360 has spotted up both Titans. And he is going to be tied up with Person's Legion. Person has to use the gun shield if he doesn't want to lose health there to that shot. LSD has a phenomenal amount of advantage. He has himself a core advantage plus shields. Person tried to find a blind power shot, as you can see 360 trying to find himself a peak shot over mid. This is one of the angles that he will have. LSD. Similar to Benny, he's very phenomenal at playing an advantage once he gets it, and the map basically favors him to do that. 60 in person are having a duking it out on the other side as the North Star will continue to harass the Legion. Honestly, person could probably just barrel up mid and try to fight this, fight LSD, but LSD could just leave, and that's the power of Double Strider. You have damage plus mobility, and speaking of damage, 360 is right behind you, Camp. Camp has to take an eject here more than likely very soon. LSD is just going to fight straight into it. Camp is taking an eject. Person with the melee pins has attempted. As a matter of fact, it will be just come to a point where LSD has more than enough health. He's just going to wait for the melees, and 360 will eventually rotate in and secure the kill. 3-0 for Team Invictus. That is game 1 of the Losers Finals. Friendly reminder about the Losers Finals. Again, I've said it once. I'll say it again. It is 2 out of 3, not 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5 is only the grand finale. But wow. For those of you who don't know, 360 was one of the best players on Xbox in terms of just raw mechanical skill. He optimizes any little bit of anything mechanically to do with the game to a T. While he rarely shows up to tournaments, again, as I've stated before, he has made a bit of a competitive resurgence recently in these last few months. And, well, before he used to be a console player, he has swapped to the mouse and keyboard. And he's been on an absolute tear ever since, winning his first ever tournament a few months ago, which I believe was the Leviathan League 2v2, getting second to LSD in the previous 3v3 event, and now him and LSD find themselves as comrades. So, quite honestly, of course, any amalgamation of these players that we see before you is a scary team, but LSD plus 360, that is something I don't think I would want to go up against either. Players having a little bit of fun with the text chat. As they're still debating picks and bans. This is potentially the last game of Losers Finals. And so, oh, there is no way. What? Did Camp pick Colony? Did Camp pick Colony with Person on his team? I assume this means Burn is stepping in because I don't think Person wants to play Colony. I haven't seen Person play Colony, no joke, in years. Person is usually always banning Colony. But here they are. They have selected Colony. I'm not sure who has come up to play. It could be Bernadette, or it could be the same strat of Person plus Camp. But this is game 2. Colony's the play. And Team GPU has locked it in. Stanley or you are going to see what Titans have spawned. It's going to be Ronan plus Ion on one end. And 360 playing the North Star. And it's going to be Bird coming up to bat. Of course, as I stated before, I have not seen Person play Colony in a long time, besides Scrims, of course. And Double Strider on this map feels nigh impossible to contest. Unless the Striders make a mistake. Oof! And that is the reason why. One shot already. Good laser shot coming out from Bernadette. Does get himself a little bit of advantage. And we can see how 360 is using any little bit part of the map to find himself some damage. Now, Double Strider doesn't really want to scramble with the opposition, as they are currently doing here. Camp will fight LSD outright in the Ronan 1v1. Tail is old as time. But LSD needs to rotate out so his North Star can start getting damage in. 360 still has to relatively find him on a health. Oh, I can't find that shot on the Camp. Can't find that clutch missile either. Great Vortex coming out from Bernadette. Oh, they're going to continue to harass this battery. They cannot let this battery go uncontested, or the pole will let Camp back into the game. LSD tries to find the Doom. Thankfully, Camp held the block a bit longer. He will get doomed eventually, however. While 360 needs his one shot. LSD is currently between two. There's one good shot. Plus, the cluster is going to do a lot of damage. And 360 is now stuck in the 1v2, but it's more than winnable for the North Star. LSD's put on a ton of work. Very nice crunch shot. Oh my god! The Titan taken out, but the pilot is still around and in play. 360 tries to find the pilot. Can't seem to find it. And it's just by himself. He has to find at least one shot onto Burn, plus some damage onto... Or excuse me, so one shot onto the... pilot if he wants to take it out. The issue, however, now is that Bernadette is out of the kill threshold, or excuse me, the doom threshold for the plasma railgun. So allows Burn. Actually, no, I believe 360 Tilts technically has health advantage, and as well as has the flight core. If Burn makes any mistake, Laser comes out. Very nice avoidance from 360. Doesn't have the hover, can't find the re-engage. Does find it. I'm surprised that melee didn't connect, but regardless, the cluster missile will put Camp down. It's going to be 360. Trying to see if he can find the 1v1 versus Burn. He hasn't seen him. 30 seconds left. Titans have been revealed. Has to be very careful where he decides to poke out. Both Titans can get doomed in one cooldown of their respective offensive abilities. Hover peak. Oh, guessed wrong on where the ion was! And that's going to be health advantage for Burn, I think! I think Burn has definitely won the round. Unless both Titans get doomed right now. Cluster Missile is good. Flight Core is not an advised choice. He should have opted to press the railgun with the time that he had left, because Flight Core still has startup, and because of that, Bernadette will clutch it out over 360. The former teammate taking it over the one who left.
Pilot control initiated. Focus. Plan. Attack.
1-0, of course, leads the colony map. Going to be Team GPU. However, 360 not the turret. Actually decides to take the overcore, which I think is overall better for what he would want to do. Now, overcore North Star. Ooh, that was very close. This is what I'm saying. There's all sorts of cheeky angles where the North Star can shoot at you. He's definitely going to take a free block shot for that one. North Star is all about accumulating advantage slowly over time, eventually building up towards the flight core, and the flight core allows you to free delete one Titan off the map. You take a little bit of damage in return, but with the ion, it's not going to be able to lay too much damage back in. I like that cluster missile placement, denying that space. Now Camp has to move towards LSD. And LSD is stuck in a bit of an awkward position, but he has the hill, which will allow him to play a solid defense for himself, but Burn and company can look for the 1v2 if they want it. LSD gonna walk over this middle area, gets the melee, but was a bit greedy. Bernadette was already waiting, and that tripwire, of course, also gonna hit LSD. LSD needs to just play a bit more patient. He needs to let this North Star just do the work. If the North Star is allowed to just free reign advantage, she will eventually come up big. 360 misses that shot, unfortunately. But LSD slowly but surely working on Camp. Camp doing the same as well. Camp gets the unblocked Dark Wave, so he will lead in terms of health. Very nice shotgun pellets coming from LSD. He's trying to see if he can get the Doom 360. He should try and find a Doom onto Camp. No, the slight stick off from the wall actually saved Camp. Doesn't get the Doom yet. Bernadette is full health, by the way. Does find the Doom. Camp is doomed. That's a huge win for Team GPU. 360. He's trying to build the flight core. If he gets the flight core online, Bernadette is dead, no matter how high his health is, unless Bernadette has enough return damage to take out the North Star. Another cheeky laser shot. This does put 360 in a bit of a sketchy situation if he wants the flight core now. As we can see, Bernadette is the one that's slowly accumulating advantage for Camp, whereas the North Star should be the one that's winning out. Nice shot. Bernadette does get the nice return. Opposite end, Camp does rotate around. LSD does get... No, he doesn't get Camp to eject. No, and 360 will put him down. That's a huge kill. Now the Double Striders have Titan advantage, and there's one thing they do best. It's move around. They're more likely not going to play in the ion line of sight. They're going to take their occasional peaks and occasional damage and continue to just rotate around this ion. Their shot comes out. Torquoise pop, but only just so the ion has to look one way, and then of course the opposite end, the North Star will come in with the flight core, and that will be the end of Burn. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Double Strider. What do they do best? Take safe peaks and safe damage. What do you get to do? Not a whole lot. Bernadette was making up some damage with the laser shots, but 360 was missing some of the punishes in return. Anytime we take a laser shot as an ion, it's going to be a little scary because all it takes is one crit. And any one of those crits immediately shifts around. 360 has opted to rotate off of the North Star, is now taking the tone for himself. Taking a classic overcore rocket barrage belt, so he's not going to have as much rotation power, but he will have outright damage. Double sonar. Oh, the best part about this is that he's a tone and Burn is still an ion. What a flick shot. Tracking rockets come out onto the target. As a matter of fact, they also land. I would have liked to see him hold that for a little longer. Tracking rockets come out. Very good catch from Burn. Nice splash as well. Burn gets a lot of damage, but Burn had to use a lot of his energy. Now LSD could look for the potential re-engage, but Camp has him tied up. Very nice. Now LSD is the target. LSD takes a nice phase out. Found the dude on a Camp, but couldn't find the rip. Camp goes for the rip again. Camp, while he missed the melee, thankfully does not get himself killed for it. 360 has opportunity. He sees it, and he does pull the battery. 360 is now in a phenomenal space. LSD has taken eject, does have the cloak, thankfully, but he's not going to reveal himself until he hits the ground. Now he's revealed himself, has to be careful. The Ion can get line of sight on him. Tracking rockets seem to have missed the mark. Now 360 is stuck in the 1v2. Does get himself the lock on. I think he tried to curve slightly below around the building in the little in-between, but not going to be able to find it that way. I thought he may have tried to curve towards the Ronin. Hit the Ronin with some surprise tracking rockets. Cam has taken eject. 360. Ah, doesn't find the goose, unfortunately. The shot is good, but LSD will find the kill onto the pilot. And now it's going to be Burn having to push a tone. Oh, that E-smoke place is going to kill his pilot for sure. And actually, the tripwires don't trip. Oh, that's very unfortunate. Now 360. He can fire free tracking rockets here if he wants to as a free punish. Even though he's going to lose some health. No, he was too late. If he fired it immediately, he would have got free damage. Oh no, Burn is now in a position where he can win the game outright. 360 is going to get this battery for sure, but he's also going to have salvo core, but I think Burn might have... Oh, 3 didn't get the doom! How does 360 not have salvo core? Alright, he has salvo... He glitched out the salvo core! Oh no, you hate to see that kind of thing happen! 360 is going to be the one to die instead! Oh my god.
The sword is yours, pilot.
Ladies and gentlemen, to explain to you what just happened for those of you who don't know, if you pop salvo core too close in front of the shield,
They aren't winning by much. Take them out, 6-4.
and you catch it on startup, the salvo core will get deleted. So unfortunate. That's part of the reason why the best way to core with tone is usually to turn around first, punch the other Titan, dash away, and then core that way. That's usually your best bet, so that way you don't glitch out your core like that. 360 thought he had the win, and honestly, I thought he had the win too until Burn held the vortex, glitched out the core. And despite how much advantage 360 had, everything just fell apart. Burn has been playing phenomenally, by the way, this set. He's been landing his laser shots. He's been doing his best in clutch situations. Matter of fact, he gets a crit there. That's a huge amount of damage onto the North Star. LSD has to find the way back in for his team, or let the North Star do the work eventually. Nice melee and an arc wave. LSD winning so much of his trade over Camp. Ooh, Camp is doomed outright. LSD has the sword core. LSD can look for aggression if he wants it. As a matter of fact, I think he might look to take it. No, actually, Camp doesn't have any movement, so he's going to pull his battery first. This is definitely a round win for Team Invictus. Very nice shot again from Burn. But now Burn, what will you do against the laser core? That's definitely a double hit. He threw all the pylons down. It could have been even more. But thankfully, it wasn't as bad as it could have been. And it will be the North Star that will seal the deal. Actually, 360 getting both kills there. 360 getting the kill with the cluster missile, and then getting the kill with the plasma railgun. Oof.
Welcome back, pilot.
Potential final round of Losers Finals. 360 won the Exoplanet game for Invictus, but can he win with LSD at his side the Colony game? A little bit of bad movement there, unfortunately. Gonna get himself a laser shot, which is relatively fine. Doesn't find the second follow-up shot. But because Camp is not going towards mid, LSG is just getting this battery for free. Nice shot on a burn. That's gonna end himself a good amount of damage and a good amount of core. Any little bit of damage and core at this point is gonna mean a lot for LSD because it'll allow him to control the pace of the game now that he has his health advantage. 60, trying to see if we can find a cheeky shot on the Camp. He knows where Camp is. Gets the free block. But Bird, again, he's been doing phenomenally on this Ion. He's been out-trading 360 just all around with these laser shots. LSD will walk up. LSD's going to take a little bit of damage. Punches Bernadotte. Has to be a little careful because he still hasn't reloaded. Has to reload now. Looking for Camp. Emo 360 taking the fight versus Burn. Takes the dash. Let's see what he goes with. Opts to shoot the Ronin. Ronin's in a very awkward spot. Ronin is definitely getting doomed here. Recapitalize from LSD and 360. They'll get the doom on the one. 360 gets doomed by another one. Meanwhile, Swordcore. Not sure if 360 hit that shot, but regardless, LSD will get the doom. LSD hasn't popped the Swordcore yet. He's going to get another bit of damage on a Bernadotte. Nice block from Burn using the crate. Heal using the crate. Still alive. Has popped the Swordcore. Pops Swordcore and tripwires. Burn doesn't take his eject. All he needed to do was take his eject at that point. He earned more than enough value for himself. And now it's Camp in the 1v2. Camp, can he find it? No, he ran out of gas just at the very end. And that's going to be the end of the round. 360 and LSD take Colony over Team GPU. So now, Invictus have earned their run back against members only. Members only has been sitting at the top, waiting for their challengers to arrive. Team GPU will be eliminated. Well, they will take themselves a nice, comfortable third place. But now we get to see who takes first. Ladies and gentlemen, and whatever else in between, we are here at our grand finals. Right now we're receiving invites because S Gamer Company forgot that they are the host. Doesn't really matter too much. All the players are from the United States, I believe. Except maybe S Gamer. I'm not sure if S Gamer is EU or not, actually. But regardless, here we are. We have made it to the end of the tournament. Members only sits comfortably in the grand finals, whereas the other end, it will be Invictus having to claw their way back. Last time, LSD is coming off of his win from the 3v3 tournament. Now the question is, can he do it again with the help of 360, a former adversary? Or there will be members only who wasn't present at that 3v3 event. Except for S-Gamer, of course. 2. Who now plays with Benny. Players are taking a second to think about picks and bans, as now we might be in it for the long haul. This is going to be our final set of the tournament. And to say it before we start, it is 3 out of 5. So just to explain, someone's PC is lagging really bad. That's a person who's had PC issues, apparently, for most of the afternoon. Now, they're taking a second to restart. And after that, we will get our grand finals underway. As you know, when we have a little bit of downtime, I'd recommend hydrating. That's currently what I'm doing, taking a quick sip of some water. Keep my voice going. As stated before, once we lock in the grand finals, we're in it for the whole entire way. We're going to have a minimum 3 more games of Titanfall. And it all comes down to whether or not Invictus decide to extend the set by however many means. Where is S Gamer? There he is. Are we all ready to go? I'm trying to get this grand finals on the road. And here we are. Grand finals begins. Exoplanet will be the first map that we play between members only and Invictus. A classic matchup that we've seen time and time again. It seems to have gone relatively back and forth throughout the last year and a half of competitive. I believe we've been running competitive for either the last year or actually for the last year. So
Pilot, it is good to have you back.
all these Titans stand before us, and all of them fall here. Exoplanet, Game 1 of Grand Finals begins right now. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Exoplanet, a very uneven map. One team will have the good side, one team will have the bad side. And it seems that the team who has the bad side first is going to be Team Invictus. But unfortunately, 360 misses the cluster missile slightly. He's not going to be able to find that kill. Doesn't go for the railgun either. He instead tried to line it up. He could have had a free boost on Betafly immediately. And LSD immediately losing half. Not a great start for Invictus out the gate. Betafly could have put himself in a bit of a position where he could have got shot there. Gets a nice block shot at least. LSD trying to clear the tripwires. Has used his phase. It's a very expensive cooldown. Now it has to be careful. 360 is going to slowly but surely try to make up damage for his Ronin. But LSD is playing a bit too far forward, I think. Put himself in a position where he can get punished from Benny. Benny, again, is not going to do anything. He's just going to wait until the opportune time to start using his options. He understands he has the lead, so he has no reason to do anything. And he's going to continuously trip you down, and he's going to get the Doom, as we saw there. LSD tried to find an all-in. Oh, he didn't go for the shotgun shots. Would have actually netted him the kill. LSD tried to find a sword core aggro. Couldn't seem to find it. Now it's going to be Benny against 360. He had the tether, so he defended himself quite well. Very nice punch from 360. Another great punch. The only way that Bennyfly was able to land melees there was actually through just face taking the melee. 360 actually hit every single punch otherwise, but it's not going to be enough in that scenario. Invictus fall down the first round. Members only. Again, they have the good side. They're only going to have the good side for the next round. And then after that, they have to play on the back end. Here we are. LSD and 360 opt to just take up this left side instead. They're going to forgo trying to go for the battery, so they're just going to take up this side. LSD might try something cheeky. No, he does not. Instead, they're going to accept their loss. They're going to hold this mid. Oh, if you're still going to find a shot on an S Gamer, he might try to find a reflect though. No, couldn't get the punish either. 360, nice shot on an S Gamer. S Gamer with a nice return. Again, it's all about how much value can the North Star put in, because LSD is already off on the back foot immediately. S Gamer has been, by the way, S Gamer has been playing defense phenomenally on this Ion pick. He's been not taking that much damage. He's been mitigating damage for Benny really well, and Bennyfly is capitalizing on the instances where he has time to essentially run his own offense. Now Bennyfly gets another battery for himself, so that's going to be a huge win for him getting back into this game. Arcwave is good. Arcwave hit 2, I think. He has Sword Core. He can't look for the play here. Pop Sword Core, but it's like, what is he going to opt to do here? He has to go through one of these hallways, and he's going to get kited by this Ronin for sure. But it's actually just to buy room for 360 so that 360 can look for the Doom onto the Ion, but that's a Sword Core completely wasted. Benny now the one with Sword Core. Doom onto LSD, and no Doom in return for the Ion. Huge cluster on the battery. That is going to completely eliminate any chance of pulling for now. Gamer tried to find the dash laser shot. 360 couldn't find the return shot. Would have got the doom there. Another cluster on the battery. I like this decision. It might... No, he actually... I think he might have actually gotten it. The cluster wasn't on point. Because of that, Gamer now has a ton of health plus shields. The advantage is slowly but surely slipping away for Team Invictus, and they can't pull this battery because the sword core will immediately come out if they try. Gamer and company, they're just gonna wait. Again, they're just gonna wait. They have no reason to do anything, but 360 will eventually chip down this Ronin. Very nice punches from 360, but the collapse is on the LSD instead. LSD gets a nice doom. He hasn't taken eject, but very good play from LSD. Recognizing what was going on. Got 2 doom for his North Star. All his North Star needs to find one shot on the ion, but that Ronin has so much doom health. Gamer has taken eject, but LSD is in a bit of an awkward spot. LSD is going to go down for sure. 360, no! Unfortunately gets taken out by the Thunderbolt by Gamer. Unfortunate. But, however, that was well fought. Considering the fact that they had the bad side. Now the sides are swapped. They will have the fast pull available, but they have to be very careful of Gamer, because I know Gamer will have the accuracy to hit the laser shot if he needs to. And 360 is more than likely going to want to take this North Star pick.
We're taking a beating.
That last round was super close. Very nice clutch play coming out from LSD, but it wasn't just enough. He has the charge railgun. LSD, he gets out immediately. I don't know about this. It's a little sketchy, but thankfully he does get back in safe and sound. Very nice unblocked shot early from 360. 360 has basically completely... He might have just won the round off of that, just outright. But now they have to finish, however. 360 gets baited by Gamer that time. He's going to need a little bit of damage for his forward positioning. Oh my goodness, what a dash melee from coming out from LSD. He's going to be able to just bully Benny here. Benny has no phase. He's going to take himself a nice 2 arc wave plus some shotgun damage. Benny and company, they're in a bit of an awkward spot. 360 trying to see if he can find a hover peak onto this North Star. I'd say he's going to rotate towards LSD. And he might be able to start doing damage. And the collapse on the Benny. Another unblocked shot! Benny didn't know he was there. Because of that, Benny has taken eject. 360, can you find a goose? He tried to find a cluster with some goose. Oh, he was out of ammo. Unfortunate. He couldn't find the goose with the 1 shot. And he's going to head glitched up by the charge rifle. Eventually those charge rifle shots are going to add up. Regardless, LSD gets the sword core, and this might be the end of the round, and it will be the end of the round. 360 made the smart decision, decided to just completely forgo the pilot, and decided to just collapse onto the ion with the sword core, and will secure the round for himself and Invictus. Here we go once again. LSC gonna go for this battery pull. I don't know if Gamer has the spawn. Benny's smartly holding Sword Black. Gamer this time on the Legion. He's gonna have a little bit less defensive power, but his offensive power will shoot through the roof. He can catch 360. It's gonna be very difficult, however, because 360 is on. Never mind, I say that he lands the power shot immediately. Very nice job from Gamer. 360 seems like he got a return shot out of his own, unless he hit the gun shield. But meanwhile, on the opposite end, LSD is taking the fight with Benny, but he has to be careful of Gamer. And already he's lost his shields. Not a very good look coming out from the 2 Striders so far. Both teams are going to play their respective sides. And now it's a game of attrition. Power shot versus plasma railgun. Back hill. 360 could look for the dash peak. He said he's looking for the Ronin. He could look for the Legion instead. He has all these dashes up. He needs to start using some of his cooldowns if he wants to get some value. Tried to go for the cluster missile. Cluster missile wasn't enough to get the kill. Because of that, he tried to e-smoke for his teammate to pull, and his teammate does pull, but look at 360's health bar. He's a tap from being doomed. LSD, however, he has a ton of core advantage, but he needs to find the core onto the Ronin Legion comp, which again, it's very anti-scramble. Legion has no power shots. He might be out of ammo right about now. Yes, it's going to be right now where S-Gamer's going to take a reload. Sword core incoming! Power shot's going to come through for sure, and that's going to be huge damage on LSD. LSD gets collapsed on. LSD gets the Doom, so Doom for Doom is good. But the Legion, look how much health the Legion has. LSD has a Sword Core and a Dream. Shot Shell's been used. That was a very greedy arc wave. Had he ate 2 shotgun crits, it would be— oh, but 360 comes out huge! He gets the shot through the window! And Benny's out the game! And just like that, the Double Striders have the lead now. The Double Striders have to play perfectly against this Legion. One power shot can spend the end for both of them. That's a Doom for sure. He's in close range mode. Takes a shot. 360, be very careful how he peeks versus S-Gamer, because one length power shot can end him. Instead, they're chipping around him very well. They're taking their time. They're opting to just play very patient. There's a lot of tension in the air. Well, are we going to get another round, or is S-Gamer going to find the miraculous power shot that will put him back into the game? S-Gamer might be looking for LSD now. Trying to walk up. Holding sword block. Options just wait. Don't— ooh, he throws a very greedy arc wave. Gamer still has 1 shot on a Dream. 4 seconds left. Crit power shot will kill LSD, but they will stall the clock, and they do, in fact, get the round win. Round count even up in our first game. Oh my goodness. This game is so close between these two teams. Now it all comes down. I don't know if S-Gamer has the spawn to go for the shot. He might not. But if he gets this, does he go for it? No, he doesn't. 360 already hover peaked. Not sure if he hit anybody or not. Both Titans are going towards their respective sides. It's going to be S-Gamer on the Legion. He did hit S-Gamer. That means health advantage is for the Double Striders. It's already huge, but they have to be very careful. S-Gamer's sticking pretty far out. He could look for the dash shot if he wants it. No shot on the Benny! And 360 gets hit. He tunnel vision too hard. He should be punishing this Legion, and the Legion does get huge punished. Very nice play. Now, Benny can still potentially win the game, but it's going to be very difficult. LSD needs to be careful about his positioning down this hallway. He needs to be mindful of where this Legion might be. Lesser Morsel comes out in mid. Because of that, LSD gets the Sword Core. And look at how far apart the Striders can play from each other. Very nice collapse onto the Legion. They thought the target was Benny, but the reality the target was you, S-Gamer. S-Gamer gets taken out. LSD needs to phase away. He needs to be careful. Benify is coming for him. Cluster Missile. Tether in place perfectly. Tether will deny the Sword Core for sure. Tethers, in fact, are phenomenal defensive against Sword Core. Benny still trying to give chase onto LSD. LSD wasting a phenomenal amount of time. That phase, but they actually might not have carried him far enough. But Benny decides to eject. He understands it's over. And that's going to be the win for Invictus. Woo. Invictus, with the reverse sweep on Exoplanet, have guaranteed themselves some momentum, but again, they need to reset the bracket, and it's a 3 out of 5. So they've climbed part of the way there. They still have a lot more to go. I can't believe it. What a call from Invictus. Fake the collapse onto Benny. Instead, they decided to collapse onto S-Gamer. S-Gamer does a lot of return damage, but he doesn't get the eject. And then Benny has the Sword Core, tries to make the clutch, but is denied by the tether. Alright, my game minimized, but it's okay. We're still back. Still here. I don't know exactly what's going on, but we're still here, and that's all that matters. But absolutely, what a phenomenal game. I can't believe that tether actually saved the round for both of them. On top of that, one of the previous rounds, 360 found the kill onto Benny. He got the shot through the window. And Benny didn't block it, which resulted in the round completely flipping on itself. Huge clutch plays coming up from him. But we're going straight to game 2. We're on Crash Site. S-Gamer going to take his Legion. Benny, of course, going to take the Ronin. They have the good side first, meaning the bad side will befall them later. We saw how LSD took his fights versus Camp. Very nice crit by Benny. LSD in a bit of an awkward spot. Both power shots have been thrown. Stasis is now the call. No, Arcwaves onto the Scorch. S-Gamer getting eaten alive. And because of that, S-Gamer is already out of the game. Now the thing is, however, is that Stasis is going to have to take... oh my god, the auto scorch actually still hit the target. Stasis is going to have to get out, but he won't get the pilot. Benny's trying to find a kill onto this pilot, who's going to give the battery to LSD. LSD is going to get a free amount of damage, a free amount of health. As a matter of fact, he'll take the round 2. 1 round goes towards Invictus.
The sword is yours, pilot.
Ladies and gentlemen, we love to see it. Papa Scorch came out to play, and he ruined S-Gamer's day. Now S-Gamer's going to take the Turbo Vision on. He will not let that happen to himself twice. As now Benny advances up the hill. I'll see a little late, actually. He has to face off some members. Very nice dodge on the Arcwave. The Scorch is now in tow, but now LST is a bit more of an awkward position. Benny has to be careful of the fire. He doesn't know exactly where the turret placement was, and now it's Benny's the target. Benny is almost doomed. Benny is stuck in a rock and a hard place. He will get doomed. Nova tried to find the punch, was a little greedy, but now the collapse on the S-Gamer in return. Tripwire is very good. One Titan gets doomed. Oh, can't find a punch on LSD. If he found a punch, he could have got the rip there. S-Gamer has TD eject, but on the other end, it's going to be Benny falling down. S-Gamer or TD. LSD coming up huge with the Sword Core. If S-Gamer had found one singular punch there, that entire round goes the other way. But that's 2 rounds that they won on the bad side. Invictus have a huge momentum burst for themselves. It's only the start of the set, and they are taking it to members only. They got to keep this momentum riding strong. Even if members only for some reason goes 0-3 in this first set, they still have a whole other set to give. S-Gamer's still going to rock this Ion. But this Scorch from Nova has put in a phenomenal amount of work, either sealing off space in lanes, or alternatively getting kills. Shots coming out from Benny, lands all 4. Scorch is here. Scorch will actually block the Arcwave, I believe. LSD has pretty much sealed off all the space. Oh, used an Arcwave early. Does get the Doom, however. He still finds it. Very nice. Benny actually was on the rotation, does get the Doom. That means that LSD doesn't really have a lot of health to work with. The Scorch with long range damage isn't great. That's going to be a good amount of thermite damage, however. But it's going to be sword blocked all the way. And LSD, ooh, LSD so low on health. Benny is going to do a lot of work with the Ronin here. He is still in prime position. And now they're just going to back away from this hill. And they're just going to let the Scorch have it. LSD has gotten out with the charge rifle. Opposite just takes some free charge rifle shots. Acknowledges her Ronin might just be dead. He's going to go for it. The Ronin dies, so does the pilot. Let's see, a little too late to get back in. And now it's a Scorch stuck in a 1v2. Nova can still win this game potentially if he gets a very good flame core, but it's very unlikely when the laser core comes down and the Ronin still has a relatively good amount of health. Those thermite shots are starting to add up. I'm not sure if Nova has the wildfire launcher or the thermite shield. Nova's actually going... I'm not sure why he got out of his Titan there, but regardless, he's going to be lit on his own fire. That's going to put him down to 1-hit Sword Core swing range, and Benny will take another round. Very nice movement coming out from the Ronin player.
Transferring controls to pilot.
Very interestingly enough, every single round has been won on the bad side. LSD tried to greed pull a battery there. He thought he had enough space, but Bennyfly advanced right back up. Hard punished him. I thought the fact he threw an arc wave would have been a little too late on the DPS, but the DPS does come through. He gets the Doom, and then after that, the whole contest does not need to be there. Tried to find the shot there, slightly off. Arc wave on the Scourge. Very nice block from Nova. Nova mitigating as much as he can. LSD again greed pulling. He will get it this time, but oh my goodness, Benny's stuck in fire! Benny's literally on fire! Look at all the damage he just took! Scorch coming out to play! Gotta be careful with your face, buddy! Now Benny is 1 HP from getting doomed. Has to go find a battery for himself, and more than likely, he's gonna be met by LSD, or if not, his partner in crime. Thankfully, Benny doesn't get doomed there. I'm surprised. He ate 1 tick, I think, but doesn't get doomed. He saw the hill contest was foregone, so now they get to get hill. Benny's trying to find a battery for himself. I think LSD has gotten 2 batteries, which he is in position to destroy this game. S-Gamer a little late on blocking the thermite shots. Oh, LSD going right in. LSD getting the Doom outright. LSD activating the Sword Core. Sword Core for Sword Core. Benny is stuck in a rock and a hard place. LSD actually gets turned on, and he gets burned. Nova, what will he do? He is holding a thermal shield, but he's gonna get laser core. He doesn't have flame. He doesn't have flame core, but it's not enough to kill him. Oh my goodness, the round turns the other way. I can't believe it. With the way that the round started, I thought it was definitely for sure in the bag for Invictus, but members only will put a stop to their momentum. LSD tried to all in with the Sword Core, but instead of taking the fight and allowing his opponents to exhaust their options while he's fighting them, he tries to just all in and win the game immediately, and because of that, he gets hard punished. Bennyfly comes back with the return Sword Core of his own, gets enough damage, and the Scorch, even though it got the Flame Core, it wasn't enough to kill S-Gamer, who S-Gamer has been doing a phenomenal job of just not getting picked off. Benny will trade the bottom battery, and now they're going to play this game. They're going to opt to forgo the hill. Bottom battery's taken, so is the top battery. Laser shot 1 is used. Perfect's caught. LSD's about to be out of his shields, but so is Benny. Benny threw both the arc waves. As a matter of fact, Benny threw his entire kit, so he's going to be out of stuff for a while. Regardless, though, I think the health advantage technically does favor Nova and company. Has to be careful of all the fire. The thing with Scorch is that while the floor is lava, there's usually a way around it. Tripwires come out. Tripwires tries to find some value, couldn't find it. However, the laser shot will hit the mark. S-Gamer is playing his ranges really well, but Bennyfly is eating a lot of damage. He's being, I think Benny might be a little bit uncomfortable with the space he has to make for himself around this fire. The other thing is that the Scorch's primary is actually very annoying for Ronin to deal with because of thermite sticking. Oh, Benny tried to go all in. Benny has to take an eject. Huge pick already. Now it's just the Ion all by himself. All alone in the fires for Scorch. And it will be Invictus taking another game. Invictus currently sits 2-0. They've got to be feeling good right now. If they win one more game, they reset the bracket. But members only will still have another set to play. Here we are. They still are banning dry dock English. So instead, we're going to complex. Again, this is definitely a members only favorite map. They love these maps where they're allowed to just play defense. But it was interesting because they were stuck in technically a disadvantaged position, but they were pretty much neutral when fighting for the hill overall. But they are losing poke trades to the Scorch plus Ronin. And it's mainly on, like, S-Gamer is doing a phenomenal job of not getting picked off and not taking too much damage. But Benny, I think, has been a little bit uncomfortable with the Scorch on Crash Site. You know, getting stuck in fire and occasionally having to back up in very weird ways due to the terrain. And that essentially spelled his doom in a few occasions. Speaking of Scorch, Nova. Still playing with the Scorch. We love to see it here. That dash cooldown, I guess he has the overcard. He's doing some very, very cheeky stuff. We'll see if he gets spotted out for it. LSD, waiting for the Titans to come out. Hasn't seen anybody. Nobody's seen Nova. Oh my god, guys! Nova's right behind you! Oh my goodness, there's so much fire everywhere! Actually, no, even with that flank, Nova didn't really get too much value with the Scorch. And matter of fact, it's going to be Benny with the one with the Sword Core first. Sword Core's been activated, but I don't think you want to be Sword Coring against a thermal shield, especially with the health you have. Flame Core activated! Flame Core going to get S-Gamer! Wait, what was that? Oh, I think the Flame Core might have glitched out! The Flame Core unfortunately glitched it on the Vortex Shield! S-Gamer is still alive! S-Gamer took the disembark, which I think is smart. But the pilot... Oh, the auto actually came in and did a ton of damage onto LSD! Unfortunate. Benny gets doomed, but Benny is the pilot. LSD has to be careful with Thunderbolt plus the Ronin combo, and that's going to be the end of the round. Unfortunately... what ends up happening there is that he gets the Flame Core, but I think the Flame Core must have glitched out on the Ion Vortex Shield. Because of that, S-Gamer instead survives. And that round flips completely on its head. As I've stated before, this is a game of inches when it comes to 2v2. The other thing is that Nova gets the flank, but the fire pattern that he chose, I don't think was the best overall. S-Gamer has the turbo engine, so he gets away from him. And he had fire on one end, but not really contesting outside the hallway. Had he thrown his firewall at a different location, I think it would have netted him overall more core. Regardless, here they are. They still have the good side for themselves. They're going to have it for one more round, and then it's going to be a different story. S-Gamer landed a laser shot early. He went to Dome, interestingly enough. Not really ill-advised long-reach peak. The thing with this comp is that it's control, but it does not have what I would consider long-range damage. However, one of the people we've seen play this composition is, in fact, Dino Rush. Dino Rush, of course, being one of the legendary players of Titanfall 2. All you need to do, really, is sit with a canister in a specific location, and you don't need to do any damage. You just hold until you get the batteries to respawn, and Members Only knows that. Isolate the Ronin on 1v2 can happen here, but no, the collapse actually isn't as good as it could be. Instead, leaving Nova all alone to fight. Now, Nova messes up his Rudo cancel a few times there. That's going to cost him some health. Benny did not, unfortunately, doesn't ignite the trap behind him. But it will be Nova turning towards S-Gamer instead. S-Gamer's going to get the Doom here for sure. Benny has the Sword Core onto LSD. LSD finds the Sword Core of his own. Nova has to take an eject. No, actually, Nova gets outright just killed. Great bait on the melee. Puts Benny down to 1 HP. And the eject damage will do LSD in. Unfortunate. I think there's a little bit of unfamiliarity of how to play this team comp on Complex.
The Ronin sword transferred to pilot.
Again, what you're supposed to do is you essentially just anchor out the other Titan, and they have to push through fire, which usually they don't want to do. And let's say they do that, you take the 1v2 onto the person who phased in. I'm surprised there wasn't just an all-around just collapse on a Benny. 2 arc waves plus a Scorch, and with him nowhere to go, you could have collapsed him with the fire, but instead, they leave Nova to try to 1v1 the Ronin, which usually doesn't really go too well for Scorch. And that will be the end of Nova's run with the Scorch. He's going to go play the Ion now. Very nice block from Nova. Both teams are stuck in these blue hallway. Very nice extended block from LSD. He's going to find himself a lot less damage taken on his way in. 2 shots come out. Doesn't take a reload. Has to be careful. Nice block on the arc wave. Nova playing aggressively here. They get all up Benny's shields. Nice lineup arc wave. Both Rodents decided to just block in case the Ions decide to do any more damage. Benny's actually kind of out of ammo. 3 shots onto S-Gamer. S-Gamer's the one that's out of position now. And LSD, oh, he got the Sword Core first. He gets a Doom on the Ion. Instead of trying to tunnel vision to kill, he's going to get whacked by Benny. No, he does not, thankfully. He still survives. Benny gets a nice arc wave, but him and his teammate are so low on health. Benny has still looks like slightly less than a bar of health. LSD can't connect the shots. Tries to find the arc wave with the pilot. He will! He will get the kill that way. Now Benny has to play offense. Nova has to be careful. Nova will stall out with this Thunderbolt. LSD just needs to let the pilot do the work. Phase for phase. Very nice trade overall. This puts LSD in a position to get picked up by his pilot, but he doesn't even need it. The Thunderbolt plus the lead wall will combine, and they'll put themselves on the board 1-2. Invictus take that round.
Transferring controls to pilot.
Invictus. They're trying their best to see if they can get a 3-0 shutout. They still need 2 more rounds. And even then, if they want to win the tournament, they need a whole nother set. Blue hallway is the call. 1 arc has been used. So has a laser shot. Nova. Phenomenal job from Nova. Blocking all this damage has been thrown his way. Banditfly was the target for a bit. Overall, the game still feels dead even. Both players have advanced slowly up through this choke point. Not being held anymore. Ooh, very nice arc wave. That arc wave actually might have just won the round outright, because now it's going to be LSD missing already half his health. Banditfly, look, now he's just staying out of LSD's range. He's opting to just punish him for free. LSD losing even more health. LSD needs to get out of this cubby eventually. Ooh, we can't phase the tripwires. Now he has no phase. He might get punished by Benny really hard here. Now it's going to have to be Nova that has to pick up positioning for him. Benny has the sword core. Tripwires will doom LSD. LSD has a sword core of his own. No one's opted to activate. LSD is losing so much health. He's had so much pressure put on him this entire round, and it might pay off. Sword core activated. Very nice arc whip onto S Gamer. Benefly hasn't popped his. Benny has popped his. And a sword core duel ensues, and Benefly just goes for the arc whip with face. Understands LSD needs to make a play because of that. He'll take that one. Benefly's gonna get doomed here. Laser Grip comes out. Can the tripwire strip? No, he tried to find the rip instead. And that's gonna be the end of Complex. Members only take it. To remind everybody what the score is, currently the score sits at a comfortable 2-1. First grand final set, of course. Invictus, consisting of 360, LSD, and Nova, sit at the lead for the first set. However, they are the ones coming from losers. Picks and bans are happening. Betty and company have the option to ban too. Players currently still deliberating on what maps they want to ban. Sure, anyone else can see the text chat. Just speak on it a little bit. Whatchamacallit. Guys, technically every tournament we host is a free tournament. So, how do I put it? I mean, we don't, like most tournaments, we don't charge you guys entry fees, so, you know. Just saying. You know, if we have money in tournaments, it's the heart and good of, like, other people. So that's about it. I know what he means, Barricade, but the reason why there's no prize is because we don't, again, it's like, it's donations. You know what I mean? It's like, if people want to put money into the tournament, they can. But I'm just saying, technically, every tournament we run is a free tournament. Because you don't have to pay to enter. Most tournaments, Nowadays, there's usually an entry fee and all this other stuff, but we don't do that because Titanfall 2 isn't exactly a very popular game. So, I'm just speaking the truth here in front of the people who are here. And there's the bands. Eden and Colony are the bands. And they're running back Exoplanet. I mean, hey, maybe in another timeline, Titanfall 2 could have been the game on the esports stage. But regardless, we are a small community. We don't got that many people. But the game means a lot to us. And that's what matters. So we're going to keep it going. Currently, the set score sits between these two teams. Invictus sits at 2. Members only sits at 1.
Transferring controls to manual operation.
Friendly reminder, this is still the first part of Grand Finals. If Invictus find a win here, they will have reset the bracket, sending members only to the loser side, and then we have to play another 3 out of 5. Alternatively, if Benny and company win, the opposite will happen. Unfortunately, the Tone couldn't find the shots. It's going to be Nova coming out with the Tone. Coming face to face with the Legion plus Ronin combo. Nova with the lock-ons. Can't find the tracking rocket damage, unfortunately. LSD needs to rotate out of here because the Legion will come in tow. Very nice job from Benny not using his arc waves there. He could have potentially used one to isolate the Ronin, but even then... So that unfortunately missed the particle wall. Has to now use his phase defensively against LSD. LSD will take a lot of free damage on Benny for that one. Again, playing into this Ronin plus Tone composition is about saving your wall for the enemy. Let's see, saving your arc wave for the enemy wall. But now, Nova's actually in a very good spot to start doing a lot of work. Both arc waves are burned. If he still has his wall, he's allowed to play this power position, but it looks like he doesn't anymore. More rockets come out, but more rockets are getting blocked. But this Tone is slowly but surely adding up value for sure. LSD has to be careful how he chooses to scramble. Those tracking rockets don't find the Doom, unfortunately. Arcwave gets the Doom on the LSD. And a Doom return on the opposite end. Smart Core's been popped. I'm not sure what Eskimer was looking for essentially with the Smart Core. I think he heard the Sword Core pop. The Tone sonar has been used, but the Tone I think is isolated. LSD will get the battery actually. Eskimer couldn't find the kill. Eskimer might get doomed here. Actually, no, couldn't actually get the Doom with the Pulse Echo rockets. You can see how much less damage. Oh, LSD gets a huge kill on a Benny in the 1v2! And because of that, now it's just Eskimer by himself! Arcwave gets used. Power shot onto the pilot. Actually doesn't get the kill. Unfortunately, didn't click high enough for it. Because of that, it's only a slow fall for the Legion. And it's going to be one round for Invictus.
Pilot mode online.
The thing is that the Tone didn't really get too much value out of what they were running. On the opposite end, Benny made a bunch of critical errors, I think. Just, especially with the all-in towards the Tone. He ended up getting hard punished. by LSD, which led LSD back into the game. On the opposite end, S-Gamer doesn't find the mark with some other key abilities as well. Regardless, you sleep it around on the rock, and you keep going. They still have the good side for themselves. Sonar's been used. Particle has also been dropped. LSD eats a lot of damage. Matter of fact, Benny still going to lay into LSD for sure. LSD has to back away. Great block from S-Gamer. Going to mitigate a lot of that tracking rocket damage. LSD on the back end. He's very close to getting doomed already, and not even super close. Not even super far into this round. Particle gets dropped. Very nice drop from Nova to defend himself. Oh, Sword Core for Sword Core. But overall, Benny gets taken out, and he gets put in the air. But now he's a pilot. He can potentially find a kill onto this tone at least. So it's either they clean up this Ion immediately, or they have to find this pilot. Shots just slightly off the mark. Tries to find the rockets. Bat for trade is a go. I think LSD may have opted to park. Vanderfly seems like he was stuck in a 1v1 with a pilot. Two pilots have got him out actually. Stasis is doomed. Has to be a little careful, as S-Gamer still has a ton of health to work with. Yes, LSD has parked. LSD tried to find a kill on a Benny there. Couldn't find it. And Benny will come around for LSD, and he'll get the kill for sure. Very nice stuff for the pilot player. Pulse Echo. But at this point, S-Gamer doesn't really need to do anything. Oh, Nova's solo on health. He's going to die for sure here, and that's going to be the end. He had to protect the auto. And that's going to be a round win for members only.
Half-time.
Pilot, it is good to have you back.
We got a little bit of words exchanged in the text chat. 1-1's the score. Sides, however, have been swapped. So this means that Invictus will have the good side for the rest of this game. S-Gamer. This time he's gonna go for the snipe. We're gonna see if S-Gamer actually does get the snipe on the fast pull. Ooh, siphon from the Monarch. Nova actually opting to go back to the Monarch instead. Opts to deselect the tone, runs the Monarch. I think overall this comp does favor the Team Invictus. S-Gamer having to fight outright against Nova. Nova slowly but surely is going to win this trade. On the opposite end, Benny versus LSD. That's another 1v1 we've seen a lot today. So far, LSD is slightly even with Benny, actually. Benny's done a really good job at fighting against LSD's shield advantage. Actually, slowly but surely, Bennyfly has definitely evened this up. On the opposite end, S-Gamer is losing the trade versus Nova. Nova does get the core one, but thankfully S-Gamer gets the eject. Benny is less than a bar, does find himself doomed, and the Monarch will chase him down, but the Sword Core for Sword Core pop. Pilot goes down. LSD gets baited with the Arc Wave, and that time LSD comes out on top of the Sword Core duel.
Pilot on board. Welcome back.
Ladies and gentlemen,
We haven't lost yet. Let's show
if
them
Invictus win this round, they have reset the bracket. S-Gamer this time gonna go for it with the cluster missile. Clusters the battery, got a hit marker. Doesn't seem to got the kill, however. But does deny the battery. Gets a nice crit for himself as well. Benny gets out. Benny has to be careful. Benny doesn't get killed, but he's gonna eat some damage. On the opposite end, Nova gets out. Nova doesn't die either. Nova gets himself a battery, but it's going to be double Strider against Monarch plus Ronin. But the North Star has been caught out. Benny thankfully does shield for his teammate, but he will lose his shields in tow. Very nice play from Benny to immediately come around and support. Benny is aggressing onto this Monarch, which I'm not sure I recommend. LSD doesn't block the shot. That's a huge misplay. Because of that, Benny's now stuck between two. And LSD is actually going to get Sword Core, but also Nova will rip Benny! Benny didn't get the eject off! Oh my goodness, and now as the Flight Core comes out, but the Flight Core is trying to damage a Monarch. The Flight Core will eventually delete the Monarch. No, actually, S-Gamer seems to be having some PC issues of his own. I understand that all too well, and now he's face down against two Titans, and that's going to be the end of that game. Invictus have reset the bracket. Ladies and gentlemen, now we've entered a new set. Score is 0-0. Invictus has reset. The picks and bans have reset. And now, they are on the cusp of taking the tournament. The first set was 3-1. Very nice job to Invictus for resetting the bracket. Now we get another minimum 3 more games of Titanfall. LSD. Can he do it? Can he win back-to-back events? Oh, and immediately it's the complex pick. They won that time, so they're trying to make it happen again. Oh, pause. Someone said to stop for a second. Alright, no, all the players are ready, and here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin the true grand finals, the final set of the afternoon. The players have been fighting in this tournament for the last 3.5 hours, and now we've got one final 3 out of 5 to go. Complex is the first map we play of our new set. Earlier we saw members only take this one in a pretty convincing fashion, I would say. But now we're going to see what adjustments Invictus gets to make. LSD still taking the Ronin with Nova on the Monarch. Nova's putting a lot of work with this Monarch pick. Got some damage on the S-Gamer. Overall, not a favorable trade for the Monarch, I don't think, especially since he didn't land any crits. Stasis in a bit of an awkward spot. Nice job from Benny playing the Vortex Shield. He's going to force Drew to waste all his energy. No, unfortunately, he didn't cancel. Because he didn't cancel, LSD doesn't get as good of a punish as he could. And now the players are kind of isolated. Matter of fact, they're going to rotate out positions from each other. The Ion is definitely hurting. Blind Siphon doesn't make it. Second Siphon doesn't make it either. LSD, I think, is DC'd. LSD, no, he's back in the game. LSD thankfully did not get punished that entire time. Ooh, that would have been very sketch had someone seen him. Bang. Very nice shotgun accuracy from LSD, but he's going to lose his health overall more than Benny will. Circlers are both online. This game is still relatively, I believe, slightly members favored only. Like, it's still actually, yeah, slightly member favored. I think Benny might have just slightly more health than LSD, but it's still close to even. Ooh, S-Gamer, huge laser shot. Doesn't have to take the sword core, and because of that, Benny's going to be the one to engage. LSD sat too long on his hands, and because of that, now his team is going to suffer. Benny trying his best not to get doomed. He's waiting for the last option. Yes, he successfully waited for it and got it out. Unfortunately, Stasis doesn't have enough bullets to continue this engagement. He walks around this corner. This Ion might be right here. No, he's not. Instead, they're gonna let the Ion get the battery. And because of that, Nova's trying to look for an all-in onto the Ronin. He does find the rip, but because he finds the rip, he put himself in a position where he's just gonna get punched by S-Gamer for sure here, right? Yes, he does find it. S-Gamer does get the meaty punch, and that's gonna be the end of the first round. All the players in this lobby are playing an absolute endurance test. I think what LSD and Nova can do is look for, because S-Gamer is using so much energy to walk up that hallway, they should let S-Gamer waste as much energy as possible and let the Ronin run free. The Ronin's going to possibly get guaranteed 2-man arc waves, generate a lot more core, and win the fight that way. And we're going to see Nova still locks in this Monarch. If S-Gamer decides at any point to lock in a Legion, this Monarch is immediately shut down, no matter what position he holds. And we're going to see what S-Gamer decides to do. Nova's here. He's pinned himself on the radar, so everyone knows he's here. Doesn't seem like they've opted to go blue. The Ion is definitely in play. We heard the Ion Vortex through the window. Benny has walked out too far. Benny's going to lose half his shields. Benny's going to lose all his shields. LSD has a huge advantage over Benny right now. They did a lot of damage into the Ion as well. This is LSD's game to just outright win. Benny putting a lot of pressure onto, Benny. Nova putting a lot of pressure onto Benny. Benny has to be forced out here, I think, slowly but surely. No, instead the call is to collapse onto this Monarch, which the call is then to reverse collapse onto the Ion. Ion dies, and so does the Sword Core comes out, and the Monarch will rip the battery from the Ronin, and that's just a clean round win coming out from Invictus.
The sword is yours, pilot.
Here we are. It's going to be the Legion lock-in. S-Gamer has had enough of Nova playing the Monarch. Nova is still a Monarch, so he's about to be in some peril if he decides to walk up any lane and get spotted out. He's going up in for this dome side, and even LSD and Nova are split apart, meaning that they're going to have a tough time pushing in when this Legion is in play. Power shot from the Legion misses the mark. S-Gamer's caught reloading. S-Gamer loses over half. S-Gamer is now down to a bar. Oh, Sword Core pop has to be very careful of the power shot, but even then, it's nice shot, nice melee on a Benny. The call is to collapse on an S-Gamer, but they just don't have the damage with this Monarch pick. Because of that, the Sword Core on the reverse end is going to come through relatively soon. One eject is up, another eject for the opposite team. Gets the kill on the one. I cannot believe that Sword Core melee didn't hit. Base rip incoming. Doesn't time the punch, and because of that, Nova will fall down, and that's going to be another round for members only. The call on to converge on an S-Gamer was good, but they needed to disengage after they got that advantage. They tried to just outright kill him. They needed to respect the fact that they just don't have that kind of damage output. Usually if you're running like a Legion or something else that has higher amounts of burst, but the Monarch is not going to provide that value. But even then, Nova is not deterred. He's still gonna run the Monarch. Oh no, Nova has went up mid against S-Gamer's Legion. Oh no, he might be having a little bit too much fun for himself. He's putting himself on the radar. He got the Siphon on the Benny, which is good, but I guess the Legion caller has been made, so more than likely Nova has seen it. Goes for the Siphon, but gets hit by a power shot again. Huge damage on a Nova already. Nova is able to play this peak game, however, but the problem is that the Legion barrel can stare down both lanes. Matter of fact, it's going to stare down your lane. You're going to lose 90% of your health, Nova. What happened? S-Gamer has just held Nova at bay. And Nova is going to be the one that falls down first. LSD has the sword core, but he has to respect the fact that there's a smart core up and running right now. Does find the Doom, but will sacrifice his life for it. I don't think that was really worth it, Nova. Now it's just LSD by himself, and he's a Doom bar. Nice block on the power shot, but at this point, I don't know if it's enough. Has to find one, and we'll get one eject, but he has to contend with this Legion. He doesn't have a phase coming up. This Legion is more than likely not even... Actually, no, the Legion's still stuck around in the hallway. But he didn't have enough time to get the arc wave up. If he got the arc wave there, he could have potentially looked for a phase rip, but that's going to be the end of Complex, going to members only again. Here we are, running picks and bans again. This time they decided to ban the exoplanet. Invictus has seen a lot of success with it. They also want to take away Eden. I assume it's due to the fact that 360 is on the roster. But what map will the Team Invictus opt to select for themselves? Ooh, Colony selected. Invictus did win this map last time, even though I thought it'd be members only favored. So they're looking to see if they can make the same success happen that they did the last time they played it. But this time around, I feel like the momentum has stumbled just a little bit. But it all comes down to this next game. Can they find their footing back in the set? Or will members only take a further lead? 1-0. Currently is the score. Members only. They have themselves a nice little lead. S-Gamer on the Legion. Betafly on the Ronin. Opposite end, Nova is still taking the Monarch. It's going to be Monarch Ion into a Legion. They made this work one time, I remember, but we're gonna see if they can make it work again. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me once, shame on you. The plan is to put a lot of pressure on a Benny, but this time the plan is just to fight the Monarch. Try to find the Arc Wave. Tries to find some melees. I don't agree with these melees you're swinging, Benny, because of the fact that now you're in a position where you don't have ammo. LSD is doing a fantastic job of contesting this Legion. This Legion's trying their best to put damage into the Monarch. Can't find the Doom. Finds the Doom on the opposite end. Lasercore comes out. Lasercore is going to get one. Lasercore is not going to get the other. No, actually, LSD will survive long enough, and he will have gotten both. What a phenomenal melee into eject coming out from LSD. LSD did his job. He contested the Legion, and because of that, S-Gamer just barely didn't have enough bullets to get the Doom. He probably was looking for a Doom into a power shot combo. But because he couldn't get it, the Ronin and Benny wasn't doing his best to contest against the Monarch. He went for too many melee. He's could have opted to just reload and just continue dumping bullets into the Monarch. Got up the sword core and then swung the round the other way, but doesn't end up working out. It's now Monarch Tone! I think they called the Ion swap, so instead they're opting for this. Nova is completely isolated, and now he's definitely going to die. But actually, Benny gets out for a battery from the Monarch, and Benny's just outright dead. Things that are supposed to happen don't happen like they're supposed to, and now it's gonna be Monarch Tone winning a 2v2 round. There has been so many things that I've had to say in my competitive career as he gets goosed by the salvo core. But two of them have been, we're going to play on Homestead, and the other one apparently is Monarch Tone has won a 2v2 round in competitive LTS.
Pilot, it is good to have you back.
Absolutely wild. If you had told me that I would have had to cast a game of Homestead and cast a game where Monarch Tone wins a round, I would have told you that you were an absolute liar.
Team up and give him hell.
But here we are. Monarch Tone has won the round. Benny got off for the battery. They called it right, and they got the kill. Benny is on the Tone. S-Gamer on the Legion. Tone Legion coming up from the members-only squad. But because of that, they don't have a road to contest that battery. At least he's going to get a free battery from himself. Benny doing his best Nuki Cluck impression. Tracking Rocket Curve wasn't as good as it could be. LSD gets both power shots dumped into himself, meaning that Legion doesn't really have a lot of scary things to throw at him, and the Legion is already low on ammunition. Power shot number one will connect, but it's just nothing, mostly just shield damage. Oh, S-Gamer has let go of the mag in front of the Ronin. The Ronin will take some free damage. Doesn't get that much, however, fortunately, for S-Gamer. I kind of like this strategy coming out from these two. These two are all going to just hold the hill, and they'll just continuously hold the hill as the Monarch just doesn't really have that much poke damage. Tries to find a dash power shot, barely couldn't find it. The Ronin will continue to frontline, but eat more tracking rocket. And LSD didn't block the tracking rockets. He was too busy trying to get the sword core. S-Gamer has taken the reload. Very nice tracking rockets coming out from Benny. But the thing that is awkward is that LSD's health bar is not very great. But S-Gamer's isn't either. S-Gamer is doomed. Benny will get this battery. Sword core comes out. Sword core swing 1. Sword core swing 2. LSD with the successful disengage will continue to survive. Opposite end, Nova has a good amount of health. Pop the smart core, which I kind of agree with because he's going to have to take the disembark here. And he's trying to bait one of the Titans forward. He's going to try to see if he can get a kill with the cloak. But LSD has opted to take the eject, which I think is smart. Unless he gets goosed by Benny. Yes, he does! Tracking rockets come out. Tracking rockets find the mark. Now, this is a little awkward because Benny has the salvo core online relatively soon. Here it comes, salvo core on the feet. Gonna do a lot of damage. Plus, the tracking rockets will dethrone the Monarch. 1 round for members only. I don't think a Ronin has won a single round of Colony, which is unreal to me, but this is the game we're playing right now. Here we are. Round begins. Benny, S-Gamer. Tone Ronin. Tone Monarch. Ooh, S-Gamer already locked on, and so is Benny. They have to be careful if they decide to go get this battery. Rockets flew out already, so that means this battery is free for members only. On the opposite end, the Monarch has the battery. S-Gamer getting slowed down. S-Gamer getting chunked. It's on to Benny now to find a way to win this round for his team. One Siphon is very good, as the Tone is in a very phenomenal position to harass and just do damage. And S-Gamer is just going to, nope, he's just going to continue to back up. Nova is here. Nova has forced the Rodent away and gets another good siphon for himself. Opposite end, Eskimer hasn't really done much this whole round. He's just kind of been getting hit and chipped down. He finds the lock on there. He's going to go for the back turn rocket curve, which actually will all connect. I'm very surprised that Nova didn't opt to just dash and like crouch behind one of the buildings to save himself there. Askamer's getting all in by LSD. LSD's going to fire some rockets soon. He's trying to use this upward piece of cover to see if he can save himself. Actually, no, instead of using the particle wall, I thought he would wait for the particle wall to run out. Ooh, very huge hit coming out from Benny. LSD does get a good amount of damage. LSD has to pop the salvo core to defend himself. Rocket curve up into the other stall. No, instead, LSD's going to have to take an eject. Now it's just Nova all by his lonesome. He gets a doom. And it seems that LSD's pilot is outright just deleted. Nova's going to go for the battery. He'll get it. And now, salvo core comes out. Eject happens. He gets a lot of damage, which is good. But the problem is that Benny needs to run away from this Monarch for as long as possible. Benny, you are too close. He's super close, but he's not going to die, thankfully. So this means that Eskimer can put a little bit more work with the Thunderbolt. Benny, oh, Nova tried to look for the melee instead of shooting him. The pilot doesn't die still! I don't know how Eskimer's still alive, but he is. Because of that, Nova's going to be a Doom Bar. Does Nova have E-Smoke? Nova doesn't have E-Smoke! He doesn't answer this rodeo! Because of that, Eskimer will get the kill on the Monarch. The round count hasn't evened up. And now, members only are sitting in the driver's seat. Either they're going to go up 2-0, or they're going to go... Or they're going to go to a... Actually, no, it's... Yeah, that's right. They're going to go up to a... They might go up to a 2-0. New set. It's either 2-0 or 1-1. This is the final game of Game 2 of the bracket reset. Let's see what players have to select. Tone Monarch again. Versus Tone Ion. Double Atlas composition. This is a classic from when the game first started, where the Atlases were just outright overpowered. Nova gets back in. He gets the battery. Thankfully safe and sound. LSD. He finds one splash shot, I think, for himself. Most 40 mil shots have been used. Siphon could have combined with tracking rockets in that specific instance. He uses dash. Thankfully, mitigates with the building. Very nice stuff from S-Gamer. Opposite end, does Nova find the... No, he does not. LSD could look for aggression here onto S-Gamer if he wants it, but decides not to instead. Reset of locks. Throws his particle around the corner. Siphon onto S-Gamer. S-Gamer's the one out of position. Somehow S-Gamer is still not doomed. Gets the rockets onto LSD. Now he has wall advantage over LSD. LSD has successfully disengaged, however. He has a turbo engine. Trying to find the lock-ons is LSD. Fish for it a little hard, but does actually end up finding it. Gets the lock-ons onto S-Gamer. S-Gamer decides to disembark. Holding the arc grenade. Got most of Nova's shield, so that's already a start. But it's Benny still chipping away with this long-range damage with the laser shots. And he has the pilot to back him up. It's going to look for the battery. It's been paying. He can die. Nova will find it. Very huge kill from Nova. Now it's just a Monarch with Core 1 chipping away at the iron. Laser Core comes out, but Laser Core's not going to net him enough value here. He's going to die for sure. And that's going to be Invictus winning Colony. Without Ronin. I'm not crazy, right? They won 3 rounds without Ronin, right? Like, I'm not crazy. Like, I'm not seeing things, right? That happened? Chat, someone tell me. And they're going to run straight back to Complex. Oh, I see once again my game has minimized for some unknown reason, but regardless, we're still here, and that's all that matters. The Grand Finals has gone on for so long that my game has, in fact, minimized on me in real time. But here we are, going back to Complex. I also just want to say, I Dino Rush. Well, that's not important. Score is tied up. In this new set, it's a 1-to-1. We're running Complex back immediately. LSD and 360 has come out to play. 360 is playing the Legion. This is going to be pretty scary. They opted to rotate in 360 instead of Nova. 360 is going to be playing the M&K Legion. He uses Gun Shield early, and they're kind of walking very close. He needs to be in closer road immediately. 360 is kind of out of position here. He can be engaged on by multiple members. Ooh, what a flick! Oh, great catch by S-Gamer, actually already ready. Tries to find it that time, couldn't find it. Just a little too much energy from the Ion. But LSD is kind of getting punished pretty hard by Benny. Benny does get the Sword Core first, meaning that he does get the aggression. But the other thing is that every time they fight in this hallway, what ends up happening usually is that the position swap, just like you're seeing right now. And LSD gets doomed. That's kind of unfortunate. He doesn't get the Sword Core, however. Oh, 362. He has to find a way with the land his power shot. I'm surprised that power shot didn't land. Regardless, Benny has so much health. Nice power shot on the S-Gamer, but 360's about to be out of ammo. He needs LSD to cover him, but LSD does not have enough health. LSD needs to pop this Sword Core in order to just block and survive, but no, instead he won't get an opportunity to do much of anything. He's going to die. 360 is just going to get camped out by a Vortex Shield. Benny flies even going as far as to secure the battery. Does get the Doom, which is nice. But even still, not going to be enough damage coming out from 360. And he's going to die for sure. And that's going to be the end of that first round. Members only, still holding strong on Complex. Members only currently sit with a 1-0 lead on Complex. A lot of mispositionings by Invictus, I'd say. Just overall, like, they keep losing this good side advantage that they're given. Maybe instead this time they're going to opt to hold the choke point right on the hallway itself. 360, I think, was a little too far forward with the long range damage. He could have just been in closer mode most of the time. Tries to see if we can find a shot through the window. No. All players are relatively close in position. And now they're going to get this position for themselves. Very nice. S-Gamer knows to block exactly anytime the barrel is glowing in case it gets thrown at him. S-Gamer with a little bit less energy. Now he has no energy. Legion doing a lot of frontline damage, but now has to take a reload. I like this timing for reload for 360. Even though he's getting collapsed on, overall, relatively fine. As LSD behind him has Sword Core, the collapse onto this Ion could be the call. Instead, he's getting held down by this Ion, but LSD in the back. Pops the Sword Core, wins the round. And that's going to be one round on the board for members only. Now this time, members only will have the good side for the rest of the set. Or, excuse me, the rest of this specific match. But
The Ronin sword transferred to pilot.
we've seen them fight back from tougher spots. Here we are. LSD going to get his free battery. 360 more than likely going to go towards this mid position. S-Gamer has been doing phenomenal, by the way, on this Ion. He's keeping 360 completely contained, so he's letting his Rodin do the work. 360 was able to find some bullet damage, but he wasn't able to find a power shot, and that's what really matters. So huge props to S-Gamer for playing phenomenal defense. 360 and company. They're going to opt to take this mid-section. Hasn't been spotted yet. Actually, no, may have been seen walking up. He has been seen walking up. Both Dark Whips have been thrown. S-Gamer is also on the Legion. S-Gamer has gun shield advantage over 360, so 360 might need to look to disengage. No, instead the engage is going to happen. Double lined up Arc Wave. Huge. And thankfully does not get power shot as well. Benny tried to chase, but because of that, 360 will advance forward. Pop the gun shield for gun shield. 360's trying to fight, but I don't think LSD was ready for that call, and 360's not going to have the ammo for it. And because of that, LSD is going to fall down and die, and 360 is going to be the one to follow suit right after. And that's going to be the end of that round. Like I said before, it's just, you can see like the team synergy aspect a little bit. 360 wanted to fight in that engagement, but LSD was positioning away. LSD had the sword guard. He could have kept hitting gas, which is something 360 prefers to do. But because of the little mismatch on communication there, the fight doesn't really go their way.
We haven't lost yet. Let's show them what the 6-4 can do.
Members only will take a 2-1 lead. And members only might take a 2-1 lead in the set score overall. LSD pulling the battery. Watching the window. It's 1 bullet on damage on 1 bullet worth of damage unblocked on Benny. As I've said before, these little inches, they all matter. Everyone's taking their time. Any little mistake can spill the end of the round. Dash power shot finds the mark blocked. S-Gamer has not put up the gun shield, and because of that, he's going to lose half. Has to be careful. 360 tried to look for more. S-Gamer, in response, used one of his power shots. But he doesn't look for the arc wave. Can't look for a dash power shot. Here is 360. I like it. He's unspoiling his gun so he can walk a little bit faster. As I said before, he likes to maximize optimization. More than likely, they're not hanging out in this hallway in close range mode. 360 has been spotted. S-Gamer is here. Block on the power shot. Thankfully saves his gun shield. Tries to find the power shot. Finds another power shot on Benny! That's huge! LCS Sword Core. Sword Core activated for Benny. Benny trying to go all in on a 360. Benny is already a Doom Bar. LSD misses the arc wave. But 360 will... S-Gamer DC'd! That's unfortunate! That's still a round one. Okay. How late was that one? Because I'm pretty sure that's still a round win, because I'm very sure that's way more. Yeah, sets 2-2. Okay, cool. Yeah. Because I was like, I don't know what the timer was, because it was such a late DC. Okay, he's back apparently, so are they just going to play it out? Alright, the players are opting to just play it out. 2-2 is the round score. Unfortunately, of course, we had to have one where someone crashes out mid-game. I was one, and now we had another one. And now we continue. Manny and LSD have been doing this dance for a literal hour. Both power shots have been used. LSD opted to take offense now. Ooh, I think that power shot might have landed. Did it hit the 2-man arc? Tries to find an arc onto S-Gamer. S-Gamer's LSD's be careful. Power shot comes out. I'm not sure if that one hit S-Gamer or not. But it's gonna force 360 to turn around. Benny's gonna get the sword core. Throws the other power shot. at S Gamer, but now it's Benny that's, or excuse me, now it's LSD that's isolated. LSD didn't block the power shot, I think, so that's why he's so low on health, and because of that, LSD is now put in a position where he has to push, and because, like I said, the uncoordinated efforts from these two players, that's going to spell the end for them. Unfortunate. They had an opportunity to look for offense there, and LSD tried to take it. But again, members only playing phenomenal defense. And the way they try to look for offense on LSD Oval side is that they kind of split apart. But because they split apart that much, they eventually try to push in, and one target gets isolated and taken out immediately. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're taking a second. One of the players has to use the bathroom. Makes sense because it is been a long grand finals. But we're coming up to potentially the end of this next game. And they're going to pick Colony again. It seems that everyone just wants to rotate the maps that they've have a lot of success on, huh? But I mean, it makes sense. These players have known each other for a while now. And so we're going right back. We're going to see if Invictus can do it again. Or will members only end it right here? Tone has been selected. And so has Monarch. Tone and Monarch again. There is no Ronin on the field You know, if you, again, I would have thought one day we would have had to host a tournament with Ronan's band, but here we are. Playing in an actual real 2v2 grand finals. And he gets the double pulse onto 1. He's going to look for the surprise shot relatively soon, I imagine. He'll be locked on. Rockets are fired, but I'm surprised they still landed by LSD. I think LSD might have the rocket barrage kit for himself. He does find some lock-ons with that, and yep, the rocket barrage kit has been selected instead of the pulse echo. This will give LSD a huge damage advantage. As a matter of fact, the extended tracking rockets actually do help you land more rockets overall when curving around specific objects. Alright, one set of rockets will be launched here. No dice, very nice block with the tower. And now we play Guerrilla Warfare. The Monarch harassment on the S-Gamer has been really good, as it will essentially keep health total up. But the thing is that LSD... Oh, unfortunately that lock-on ran out because of that. LSD is going to get the rip outright! Manny's going to be taking out the game early. Excuse me, I shouldn't say early. It's been a minute. It's been over a minute already. But because of that, it's going to be S-Gamer stuck on the 1v2. Gets the laser core, but once again, laser core will always lose to the salvo core. If you've ever wanted to picture a world without Ronin, look no further than this set.
The Ronin sword transferred to pilot.
Here we are. That's going to be one for Team Invictus. Benny has selected the North Star, and they also have an Ion. A Strider has now been dropped on the field, and we're going to see what Benny can do with this North Star selection. Hit the particle wall with that one. Definitely not going to get any damage there. He's going to try to look for damage onto this Monarch. This Monarch isn't close enough to... Actually, no, he will start it all in. The collapse onto Benny is actually pretty good. Some of those rockets might have went into orbit, and the harass is continued onto Benny. Benny is actually almost doomed. Benny might get doomed by orbit rockets, unless they hit the tower. LSD is still chasing this North Star like, really hard, and LSD is the target. LSD is going to get doomed here for sure. LSD is going to not get ripped. He actually got the eject off. Very nice timing from LSD. LSD is very phenomenal about getting ejects and stuff off. But Benny tried to go to flight core, and Benny gets denied. Stuck around a little too long in the North Star because of that. It is now a 1v1 between the Ion versus the Monarch. The Monarch has the core 1 already, so the Ion has a significant disadvantage. Gonna pop the laser core completely just to disengage, get some damage onto Nova. Nova takes some reflect damage, but it's not enough to get him doomed, and the full chain gun clip will put the Ion to bed. 2-0 for Invictus.
Half time.
Benny tried to find the damage with the flight core so that way he could take another person out of the game, but Nova relied on the missile salvo, usually a very inconsistent offensive, but actually found value with it in taking Benny Fly outright. There will be no more piloting for him, and that's going to be a 2-0 lead, and so we continue. This set might be tied up 2-2. We might have a grand finals that goes all the way. Benny has selected the Ronin. S-Gamer on his Pananet Ion, and we're going to have to fight, I believe, Monarch plus Tone, if I'm not mistaken. Tone's been spotted. LSD getting free chip damage. Has to use his phase there, and the battery will be claimed by Benny. Benny gets siphoned for 1. Benny hasn't been really throwing too many cooldowns the enemy's way. Target rockets have been burned, so now he can fight this Monarch outright. Benny's playing a little too passive. He can just outright fight this Monarch if he wants to. The tone damage will only be a factor if the tracking rockets are in play. Benny Fly gets a lot of damage there. Matter of fact, that might almost build up the sword core. As it's going to be Nova all in aggressive, walking through 2 people. Because if that sword core comes out, Nova has to take an eject for sure here. And it's LSD versus multiple members. Great tracking rockets, but that's not going to be enough to save you, LSD. LSD's definitely going to go down, and that's going to be 1 on the board for members only. I don't know. Well, I technically know why Nova decided to go that way. He tried to regroup with LSD, but he cannot barrel through 2 people.
Transferring controls to manual operation.
Like that. He's gonna... Like, I don't need to explain what should have happened. Everything that should have happened in that specific instance happened the way it was supposed to. But here we are. Monarch Ion is the call. The main problem with this composition is that this composition just kind of lacks damage. Tone at least will add damage over time through tracking rockets and through bursts that way, but this comp doesn't have enough damage. Benefly gets punished pretty hard by the Monarch and also gets siphoned, but not enough to really deter him. Gamer loses a little bit of health as well. Benefly is going to be able to come around this corner towards LSD. LSD's already dashed off the hill. They can look for all-out aggression if they want it. Benefly doesn't opt to just phase boost in and fight LSD, who's used most of his energy already. Now, instead, opts to continue to play safe, which this team comp excels at range. And because of that, his teammate is going to suffer for it. Gamer gets the eject off. Thankfully, doesn't die, but now it's just Benefly by himself. He's going to get slowly but surely chipped down by these 2 Titans. And he's going to run out of options to move. Trying to find damage with this Thunderbolt. 1 Thunderbolt comes through. And Nova has decided to play all in aggressively. And because of that, the Sword Core will come out. Laser Core has come out in tow as well. However, the pilot is putting in a lot of work. Ooh, Nova actually gets Upgrade Core. Because of that, he'll continue to survive. But both Titans are still alive. On the back end, Gamer does die. My goodness, everything's so tense all of a sudden because of the fact that all Titans on the field are doomed. But Benny has to find an offense into here. He lost so much health trying to walk down that hallway. He's going to try to all in for LSD. LSD's not going to let him have it. And Benefly will actually fall down. He was in a position to actually still win that game. And now the Grand Finals is completely tied up. We're going to a final game. Unbelievable. We're actually going to a final game, and the ban has changed. The ban has changed the Complex and Dry Dock, 2 of Benny's best maps, out of the picture. I'm really surprised that I'm not sure if just Benny is unfamiliar with the weirdness that's being thrown at him, but he easily could have dove LSD there. LSD used most of his movement, actually used all of his movement, and used most of his cooldowns, so he could have just opted straight for the phase boost all the way towards him. I'm probably just taking the aggression that way, build the Sword Core, and the Monarch is no longer an issue. Because of that, Gamer gets chipped down by 2 long-range Titans. Gamer then tries to step up, and then the enemy team decides to aggress in. Things almost went sideways for... Excuse me. Things almost went sideways once Nova decided to step up towards Benny's Ronin. Mainly due to the fact that Benny was about to get Sword Core online, and that round was still very winnable. Thankfully, the Upgrade Core came in. And they are able to kill the pilot. And after the pilot died, they were able to win that round. And now we're going to a final game. This final game will decide the entire tournament. Let's use AFK for a second. We've seen players take a variety of different breaks throughout this tournament set. We've had, of course, members only take a few breaks. LSD is currently sitting on a break for a second, as this is the final game. Oh, they have selected Boomtown. The final game will be played on a clean game of Boomtown. I'd imagine in this final game we're going to send up LSD and Nova, the tried and true duo, to finish this one out all the way. Only one team can win. Invictus had a very strong first set, but this set has been gone the distance. Apparently, we weren't actually starting. Not sure what exactly happened. We've hit the ready button. Everyone is ready. And now here we go. Final game of the last 2v2 LTS tournament of the year.
Pilot on board. Welcome back.
Being played on the all-time classic that is Boomtown. And it's going to be, LSD and Nova. LSD going to take up this right side. On the left side, we're going to have Nova want the Monarch. He's going to walk up. He's going to spot out Pilot. Pilot got out. Couldn't find the Goose. Nice delay slightly from the Pilot. Our grenade came out. But LSD actually gets punished for pulling the battery. It's a little bit of life advantage for members only. Meaning that now LSD and company have to make the play. So he already lost most of his shields. I mean, Nova is putting in a little bit of work with the Monarch. Nice Siphon! Actually does even up the shield count for both. Unfortunately, those tripwires will land. Benny is now stuck in a rock and a hard place between two members. But doesn't eat too much damage. But LSD has now been given the grace to potentially win this game for his team. Will fit a little bit too much of that vortex, so he's going to lose a lot of health. Nice lineup on the arc wave. Oh my god, LSD is in a position to destroy this game. He doesn't phase in with the Sword Core. Opts to just play it safe. Sword Core pop is a little late. Benny phased in with the Sword Core. Has to take an eject. On the back end, S-Gamer is going straight for Nova. LSD, one more hit, and he does get it. That's a first round for Invictus. That initial start of that game looked a little sketchy due to the fact that LSG's pull gets a little bit punished. But Nova gets the mid space, comes around to Benny, collapses on the Benny for a little bit. But the most important thing that started all that was that he hit the Siphon. The Siphon is what started the downfall. And then eventually after that, LSD is able to capitalize. He has a ton of health and a ton of advantage to work with. He gets a nice 2-man arc for himself. And was the end of the round. Cloak pull from LSD. Parks his Ronin behind the wall this time. Tries to find a cheeky charge rifle. He's revealed now. He has to be careful because this Ion can still come around and potentially hit the Ronin or the pilot. Tone. Pulse Echo Turbo Engine has been a lot more popular lately. I spotted out the Legion and the Ronin. Sees one. Has to be careful because his position is revealed. Legion's gonna come around the right, exactly as I thought. Nova has no idea. Nova has no idea where this Legion is. Hasn't spotted S-Gamer. S-Gamer's right there. Nova, be careful. Use both his dashes. Oh, but he has to fight. He's gonna try to fight this out. He's gonna die for sure. Immediately taking out the game. Archer Rocket comes out from Nova. Will find a good amount of damage, but he has to run away from this engagement. His cloak is not going to be up anytime soon. He needs to be careful because... Ooh, he needs to be careful because his Legion will take him out. Nice cover with the wall. But no, Nova stuck around for a little too long. LSD's going to try to find the pull here. Doesn't have stem, so he can't pull very fast, but he will get the battery. This is a still very winnable round for LSD. If he can find the Sword Core, he can still win the game. Oh, he has the Sword Core. Sword Core online and activated. The block. He baited both the power shots. That's a way in. That's definitely a win. He gets one. Can he find the other? Huge hit. No, the melee swing glitched out. Oh my god. No, he didn't block the arc wave. LSD just barely couldn't do it. Unfortunate. The melee swing at the last one that he needed. He couldn't find the mark. He actually could have won that round. Oh my goodness, he was so close. He was so close. LSD knows he can clutch. He needs to just buckle down. He needed to just go in more. He baited all the options correctly. It was phenomenally played, but the very end he didn't get. He's got to sweep that under the rug. It's still 1-1. So we have minimum 2 more rounds. He heard Benny here. He knows Benny's here. Nice shot. Free hit marker shot. 2 shots from Benny. 2 arcers as well. Huge melees coming up from LSD. LSD taking the fight to Benny outright. And now Benny is stuck in front of a Monarch. All this Monarch damage is going to add up. And it will take a nice chunk out of Benny's health bar for playing so aggressively. S-Gamer is going to be a bit of a problem here. Nice punish on the Reflect with the Siphon. And now the collapse on the Benny is instead the option. LSD could look for a phase boost onto Benny, but no, instead will opt to just contest the Ion so that way his Monarch does not get into too much trouble. Oh, LSD couldn't find the shots that he needed to get the Sword Core. Benny will go up, and that's going to be a huge problem for these 2 Titans because these 2 Titans are so low. They need to collapse and kill this Ion as fast as possible and force a scramble. Otherwise, S-Gamer will eventually get enough value through the pilot. Benny does get taken out by the Monarch. I'm so surprised. I thought for sure he was going to keep on living, and now they are in a phenomenal position to continue with this game. They have to be very wary of these laser shot pokes. That's one huge one. Nova might actually just sack his Titan for LSD's Ronin, which I don't know if I agree with. This score comes out. That's not really well advised. You could still just find the auto and kill it. Now, because of the fact that you guys didn't opt to play Titan advantage, now LSD has to approach with this Sword Core. And this Archer Rocket is not going to put in enough work. He could have punished that melee. Tried to find it there. No, Nova tried to all in with the Archer Rocket. Now he's gonna die. He's put LSD in a completely losing position. I cannot believe what I am seeing. LSD needs to at least get the Doom with the Sword Core. He's running out of health. You can't find the Doom. Finds it there. Huge. 1 shot to a Sword Swing. You need to wait it out. Play patient. He needs to wait. His phase is coming up. He can force 1 scramble. Get on top of the barrel potentially and look for a phase boost in. Instead, no, he might. At this point, he has to take. Don't try to. Oh my goodness, that arc whip could have spelled doom because if he made that trip wire, he would have died. LSD. He's instead. No, he's walking away. Looks like he's going to opt to take the draw instead. He almost died. If there was a laser shot right then and there when he unblocked, but instead the round will draw.
Welcome back, pilot.
What an absolutely tense grand final. It's still 1-1. That previous round is null and void. And we're going to continue this set. Nova's still picking the Monarch. The thing is that, again, the previous round is just Nova didn't find enough value as the pilot. The kill on a Benny was really good, but there was some lack of execution. Again, these players have been going at it for hours now. This grand final set has been back and forth pretty much almost all afternoon. And there's the Legion selection immediately. Nova's gonna have a really hard time with this Monarch against this Legion. Kind of fly, swing super far back. Nova got super greedy for a Siphon, and that's gonna cost most of his life bar. LSD's trying to find damage onto this Legion, but he's stuck way too far out and way too long. Now Benny's gonna punish him for sure. Invictus put in a position where they have to make the play. Nova has siphoned the Legion, but the Legion is coming towards him. No, in fact, the Legion will come back towards LSD. LSD got some good punishes on Benny, but the problem is that Nova has to fight a Smart Core. He's going to go down for sure no matter what he does. That power shot unfortunately landed, and this should definitely be the end of LSD. LSD understands it's over. He will take the eject, and now it's 1-2. Members only now have momentum on their side. All they need is one more round, and the grand finals is over.
Transferring controls to pilot.
They aren't winning by much. Take them out, 6-4.
Here we are. Once again. LSD. Nova is taking the tone. I like these picks. I like these swap up. So even if Eskimer locks in the Ion, I like it. LSD running around, making sure he doesn't get goose this time. I think he still has Pulse Echo on. Stone's not going to do a whole lot of damage. Eskimer is in the middle without much energy. Is covered by Benny, so not going to be too much aggression. But Nova, again, he gets singled out. Matter of fact, he's going to die for sure. Rocket Rockets come out, try to find value. Nice catch from Eskimer, nice reflect as well. That might try to hit Benny's activation. No, they're not going to activate. They're just going to play patient. They have earned themselves a phenomenal lead. Nova stepping just too far out has probably cost his team this tournament. Oh no, if I know Nova, I know he's definitely kicking himself for that one. Eskimer's going to easily catch those. He's lack of mix-up on tracking rocket timing. Sword core incoming on LSD. However, Benny has kind of fumbled this core for the most part. Very nice catch again. Salvo core comes out. Eject is good. Nova has actually salvaged the game back for LSD. Sword core activated. It all comes down to this melee pin. Oh my god. If he gets doomed here, he's gonna die. He doesn't die. Arc wave. Arc wave doesn't find the mark. He doesn't drop down all the way. Takes the reload. Do not face boost in. You might get punched. He lived with a pixel. I can't believe it. Oh my god, everyone's still alive. No, LSD, you need to go kill the Titan. What are you doing? No, the pilot will actually seal the deal. And that is going to be the grand finals, members only. We'll take it. 3-2. in a very tight set. They will be your champions until next year. LSD and company put up a phenomenal showing, but they just wasn't enough at the very end. Absolutely wild tournament. And that grand finals went the distance. Members only are your champions. They win the grand finals 3-2 final set. They got sent to losers, so they gotta watch out. And the games were super close. But they did it. They held strong all the way until the very end. So congratulations to members only 4 winning this 2v2 tournament. Your second place is going to be Invictus, consisting of LSD, Nova, Stasis Evolved, and Oval Bachelor 360. And, of course, in third place, we had Team GPU, which is going to consist of Person, Camp, and Bernadotte. But ladies and gentlemen, I still went off. That was a phenomenal 2v2 tournament. We saw some absolutely wild things. We got to see no Ronin for a while. We got to see some absolutely wild picks. Scorch came out to play a few times. Monarch got to do some work this event. It's just been all around just phenomenal. Sorry about that. I'm just getting my voice back in order. I've kind of been talking for the last 4.5 hours. But once again, I just wanted to say a special thank you to TBT for putting this event together. The players, of course, for showing up and playing for so long. Again, like, playing these gauntlet-style events is not an easy feat by any means. And we got to see a phenomenal amount of top-tier Titanfall, too. So shout out to TB. Shout out to TBT. Of course, in the future, we're going to put together more events for you. I believe the next event coming up is going to be something that the Leviathan League is hosting. I believe coming on the 28th, if I'm not mistaken. Unsure on that one because I believe I'll be there for that. I believe I've been asked to be there. So I still have one more event to stream. But once again, So, essentially, I will still be here for potentially one more event before the year ends. And we'll see what Loveness has cooking. But regardless, that's going to do it for me, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lethal Force. I've been your host for this wonderful afternoon. And that is going to conclude the final 2v2 LTS tournament for Titanfall 2. I will see everybody in the next event. Take care, everybody.